YouTube.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the COVID Scientist Roundtable for the week of the 19th. It is the 25th of April, 2020. And I'm here with Dr. Kevin McCairn. Dr. Paul Cottrell just was in the lobby. He's having some technical issues right now that he is working on. And Doc Kevin and I have been doing some sleuth work this week, which we are going to talk about this roundtable, in addition to some other grift busting that Doc McCairn has been doing. Is that right, Kevin?
Yeah, I mean, most of my time now seems to be spent sort of dealing with people that have bought into the virus is not real. The viruses are not a real thing. And that spectrum of belief, and it is belief, it's not fact, ranges from just you have to. I thought it was colder than it is right now. Sun's coming through the window.
Yeah. It is Sunday morning for Dr. McCairn right now, and Saturday evening para los Americanos y the Europeans as well.
Yeah. So the cut and the chase of it is that these people's beliefs range from it being 5G interacting with your body's immune system, to 5G dissociating water or oxygen from heme at that frequency, to viruses are just not real, they're just exosomes or endosomes that are part of the cell signaling pathways, and various stages and combinations of theories sort of stuck together. And one of the so my sort of discord has gone from me sort of talking about the neural components of SARS, which is strange because that's become more and more prominent, and I thought more people would want to sort of find out more about that. And then I've tended to do more and more trying to just get people's, for want of a better word, bizarre ideation under control. I don't want to say conspiracy theories. It's wrong to just sort of, because that's a way to just sort of debunk or sort of shout people down. You're just conspiracy theorists, and I don't want to do that. I always said right from the beginning, let's look at all available data, and we'll try and look at it in the scientific manner, which is what I've always tried to do.
Yeah, that conspiracy theory argument is it's just a straw man, really. But I think it's more than one discourse error or debate error as well. But we actually have a question here, Dr. McCairn, from Jerry.
Mm-hmm. I can see it on the screen. So can CRISPR be used in COVID-19 to imitate gain-of-function traits of HIV proteins? Now, I'm going to err on the side of caution right now, because I'm having to do it because there's the whole spectrum of, as I was just saying, of ideation out there with respect to what is going on. And I would want to, right now, if I was master of the universe and something new was stalking me, find out as much about it before.
Well, I'll answer the question right now. It's very simple. The answer is yes. The CRISPR can be used. The question is, can it be used? It wasn't. The question didn't say was it used.
Yeah,
the answer is emphatically it's yes.
Right, but so you have to be careful here with.
No, there is no carefulness. Dr. McCairn.
Paul.
Seriously, there is no carefulness anymore.
There are shuttle markers. There's shuttle markers with CRISPR.
I know what the shuttle mark. The PAM sequences. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The question is this: can it be used? The answer is emphatically yes.
Okay, but has it been used in this?
That's not the question. That's not the question. The question is, can it be used? Just read the question.
I am reading it, okay?
And the answer is yes.
And I would put it in this context.
No. Okay? Here's the problem. Dr. McCairn, you need to understand that when you parse your words like this, it confuses people. You need to be direct. Paul, you need to be direct.
Okay, so
the answer is yes.
You interrupted.
The answer is yes. Next question.
Okay, you interrupted my talking. Okay, so allow me.
I'm just saying. I know, but here's the problem: is people are going to get confused. I understand on the PhD level what you're doing, but the majority of the people are not PhDs, and they're going to get confused. Read the question as it is and just answer it.
I have read the question, okay, and in my mind, it's specifically talking about COVID, okay, and people don't even understand that relationship to SARS, okay. That's a problem. Okay, so when someone's asking, can CRISPR be used for gain of function? Well, yeah, you could say yes. Now, I would say, is there evidence of CRISPR being used in SARS, this new version that we have? And I would have to go with the scientific consensus right now that there aren't the markers that I understand them to be there. Okay, that's a scientific consensus right now. Okay, and you can't now. Can they make are there methods to do it outside of CRISPR? Yes. Okay. Now you can do transfection into other species, and that's why last week when I said once they start testing in monkeys, okay, and that's why I've tried to point people to the fact that there are primate studies now, okay, which they're showing species differences in. Okay, so macaca mulatta is more susceptible to this new version of SARS than fascicularis, okay, than to the marmoset. Okay, so that's telling us something. Okay, so once we have to get everything in position. If you want to take a shot, dude, and you want to use military metaphor, okay, you have to get your target right. Okay, and if you're going to take a sniper rifle to something, you can't just blast away into a crowd. Okay, you want to.
I'm carpet bombing.
Yeah,
and,
but you'll get shot down. But you'll get shot down. That's the problem.
Dr. McCairn, the problem is that they're going to be using case 3 and case 9s and all these different CRISPR enzymes, these cutting enzymes, with a designed PAM sequence. You'll never find it. You will never find it.
Guys, can we back up a bit? Can we just define, because there's probably at least one person besides me who doesn't know what CRISPR is. Can we just define it for the viewers?
All right. So basically, it is a molecular biology technique. I'm going to boil it down to the simple terms here. It's a molecular biology technique that allows you to cut and insert certain sequences with a higher fidelity, okay, with more accuracy than traditional methods with restrictive enzymes that did not have as much of an accuracy. So this is a much more targeted type technology. It became a little bit more mainstream in around 2016. All right. But people were using it before then, but it didn't really get mainstream until about 2016. All right. Now, there are enzymes that are natural that they have cultivated or purified, which has a certain PAM sequence. And that PAM sequence within the enzyme targets a certain area, has a certain code that it targets, and it locks in and cuts. But you can design these, and these labs do this, you can design them to have any PAM sequence. If you don't know what the PAM sequence was that they used in the lab, you will never find the fingerprint of the CRISPR technology.
Okay, so there's a reason we're calling this scientific roundtable. Okay, so what we have to go with right now.
Wait, do you deny what I just said?
No,
Dr. McCairn?
that's
Right.
perfectly correct. But
right. So
okay,
if you're going to be in a way, let me
there's a caveat to that, right?
All right. Let me just finish. Let me just finish with a comma.
Okay.
We're dealing with a weapons program. Don't you think that they would be smart enough to design the PAM so you can't find it? Yes. That's
Yes.
all right. Then I'll add a period.
Okay. So of course, and like I say, if you look at my YouTube channel from the beginning, it was, can we break this down, and does it look like the context to a hot war, sort of covert side of war, because that's usually going on all the time, spilling over into something resembling a modern 21st century warfare, where it's different to how you would, the generals are all fighting the last war, and this time round, instead of Reichstag's burning down or Gulf of Tonkin conspiracies, or if you look into the start of World War II, raids by German special forces into Poland to take out radio stations, all these things are elements that you can get into, but there's a constraining element that has to be brought into scientific discussion, right? Because if you let the scientific discussion run rampant, okay, then without checks and balances, then what you have is you see the amplification of the crank signal, right? The weirdo signals, which are not true and not scientifically accurate, come into the public discourse, right? And whether that's 5G, okay, which is, I would say, on the extreme end of thinking that your body is under assault from toxic 5G signals, okay, because those signals are, if you do the physics, okay, and you understand brain stimulation, these are weak, infinitesimally weak signals compared to just the ambient radiation around you, which is ionizing, right? And so you have to narrow down what you can talk about or what you're going to get heated about. Okay, so
but here's the back. I get your point, but it was just a simple question. Could it be done? Yes. Was it done? Most probability, there's most probable near the end of the weapons development. But you got to remember, this thing was early. The weapons development was probably around 2013, 2014, 2015 and beyond. All right.
So
early
whose weapon is it then? Then you have to say, well, whose weapon is it?
In the development of this virus, it was using traditional techniques, but it was tweaked and refined, and they were going. So it's not a simple answer. The virus that we're dealing with, the Wuhan virus, the CCP virus, or whatever you want to call it, it had multiple techniques.
And
multiple techniques. That's the point. That's an important point to make. It had multiple techniques. It went through cell lines. It went through standard restrictive enzyme cutting, and inserts with ligases and all this. And then they near the tail end of the weapons development, we're dealing with CRISPR here.
Okay, so in that context, okay, we have to say, well, then whose bomb is it, right? Because if we're talking about a weapon,
I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you, it's very simple. It is Fort Detrick's bomb, and they put a cherry on top, with some whipped cream at Wuhan.
So, what you're going to get? But so Paul, so in saying that, okay, what we have to do is you have to build. So a scientific case is like a legal case, okay. And you have to come with best foot forward, because what's going to happen is you're going to meet resistance, okay, from normies. So normies who are going to buy the official narrative, and the official narrative right now is that they will go to Nature, and right now the leading publication for
But you got to remember, Nature in the last few publications is towing a line that is trying to bury the weapons program.
Well, yes, right. So
look at what happened with Dr. Mikovits. They destroyed her career, and she was telling the truth. So
Okay.
people like you and I need to stand up and say, you know what? Nature and science and cell
Yeah.
are fucking us over.
Right. So again, that's another
agenda.
discussion. Okay, so I would say what we have to do right now, and this is where you're straying into you're going to get into territory where it's easy to dismiss. Okay, so I can look at Dr. Mikovits's work. Okay, and the things that she's saying publicly, okay, make it very easy to dismiss the argument that she has, even though I can look at 90% of what she's saying and say, well, that seems reasonable, right? Sort of staging a hypothesis and looking at a particular thing. But she doesn't see the full picture either. She in no way talks about neural components, and that's becoming more and more to the fore at the moment as this as we understand more about the
yeah, I just received a paper. I just received, just for your knowledge, I just received a paper in one of my courses, in my research course from my professor at Harvard. I haven't looked at the paper yet, but I want to send it to you. It was additional reading that was tied to neurological issues due to COVID-19. You might have already read the paper. I don't know.
Probably, but again, if you stray off, because I can remember being a PhD student and sort of having, and it takes a long time to learn the constraint necessary to hold all the factors in place, so you're doing proper scientific.
I agree, but that's what I put you in the category as the historian. All right, we're on the battlefield. We got to move forward. I have no time to cross the T's and dot the I's and all that bullshit. I agree with you when you have more time. But right now, we're dealing with Smith-Mundt monetization, and we got domestic propaganda that is going right through the scientific community, and that's happening right now. That's happening right now. So we don't have time for this, because there is going to be listen. There is going to be forced vaccinations if we don't move fast.
Okay, so
period.
It
doesn't matter about CRISPR. It doesn't matter about PAM sequences, and it doesn't matter about crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Okay, they are forcing us towards a vaccine program that's going to hurt children, and you got to stop it.
No, they haven't. Right.
What do you mean it's not going to happen?
They can try. Okay, so and then in that it becomes a make or break issue for the American psyche, and they know, and say that there is a subverting group out there, right? You want to call it deep state, whatever your whatever conspiratorial boogeyman that you like to have, because particular groups have a particular boogeyman. Okay, and we say that we're going to we want to address the worst aspects of, or we want to get deep into the American psyche and come at it in a way in a way to break the country where it's never been able to be broken before, right? So because it was separated by two large oceans, right? So this is where the history is important. Okay, so the World War didn't touch the United States as we understand it. World War III was, you could basically say that the warm up to that has been fought in multiple other proxy countries. Okay, and now you're getting to a point where, okay, this is coming down to the war coming, and war is just part of the ecosystem, if you like, and the swing is bringing it into the American borders. Okay, so we're at that point in the pendulum swing, and along time's arrow. Okay, and you have to think that that's a process that people understand, especially those who understand history, right? So we know that there's a sociological phenomenon of how stable empires are, right? And 300 years or 10 generations appears to be the window, right? And the US is 300 years around now. Okay, you don't think people like the Chinese are looking at that with their 5,000 year history and thinking, well, we know how to take advantage of that, right? We've lost. I don't hear Paul.
They also realize they also realize that they're near the tail end of their divine, whatever they call it, that the divine edict from heaven for to rule. They're near the end of that. They know it. They know it. Yeah, they are. They know that. So that's
how
why
long have you ever been to the
worried.
East? Have you ever been to the East, Paul? Have you ever been to the East?
I lived in Japan.
Okay.
I lived in Japan.
So
hey, we've all lived in Japan.
Right. So you know that's a mischaracterization of Chinese philosophy and their way. They believe in transformation and emergence, and that's how they've sort of took on the join lockstep with force vaccination. You are absolutely deluded. I'm not bought off, right? And I'm sitting here and I'm telling you, I'm giving you the way to combat this effectively. Okay, if you buy into the narratives, right? If you gun up now, okay, and look, I've got nothing against gunning up and going for a fight, right? Doesn't bother me. Done it plenty of times. Okay, what I'm saying is, if you want to go down that avenue, okay, you've got to realize that there is always someone who's going to have, they're going to, jockey you on, and they're going to have the dagger behind their back, and they will. It's not as clean cut as you think it's going to be, dude. It never is. Okay.
I believe me. I know that, but it's not the scientific method. It's not just the science of this. It's the financial side of it. It's the civil liberty side of it. There's so many different components.
You guys, let's go into this.
You can't deeper. Spend too much time. Like what Addy said. The Smith modernization of 2012 is really important piece of this, because what happened in 2012 was they modernized.
Let's hold on, Paul. Let's hold off on that for a sec, because I want to talk about Dr. Young, and then we'll get more into the geopolitics and especially the change they made to that legislation in 2012. And that is the Smith-Mundt Act, which actually was originally from 1948. But I just wanted to share this. If anybody saw, I think it was on our second COVID roundtable, we had a quote-unquote doctor, Robert Young of PH Forever Young. And I think that was our longest roundtable of the ones we've done so far, guys. I think it was like 4 hours, and we're about 2 hours into it. And that's basically all the time he spent with us. But I did a little research as well as Kevin. Kevin did some too this week in the sleuth area. And I know Paul was talking about what he was doing as well. And we're going to get deeper into that. But I just wanted to share this from the point of view that I did interview this guy. So my name is associated with him. And I just wanted to clear this up and let people know that I didn't know this information prior to having him on our show. But he actually spent, looks like 5 months in jail, treated people without a license, and looks like 3 or 4 felony accounts. Look at this. In some cases, patients were given intravenous fluids mixed with baking soda at $500 a pop. Young wrote several books. So remember, he kept talking about acidity and alkalinity, and that's like his big shtick that he tries to sell on. But I want to get actually a little deeper into the facts here, because this is just a news article, but I actually can pull up the plea bargain from the Superior Court of California, County of San Diego. And again, I'm not doing this to disparage this guy. I just want to clear it up that I didn't know this info prior. And I certainly don't condone this sort of behavior. Looks like here the count 6, count 8, and there are the codes or the charges. Pleads guilty to the following. And let me just zoom in here. So looks like $10,000 fine, up to 3 years, 8 months imprisonment. He actually did not end up serving all of that, as well as these possible applicable consequences, DNA, etc. But there's the case number, there's his name, and what he...
Was it based on a patient, or was it like the district attorney, or what?
So he had a couple of people report on him, but he also had former patients back him up as well. So you had people who were patients of his that took both sides, but here he pleads guilty to unlawfully diagnosing and treating these two people and return of property. So I'm guessing he paid him back plus restitution. There's his lawyer's name, the prosecuting attorney, and he also had to sign this as well. As far as I agreed to it, I couldn't find his signature on it, but basically declares, I'm not a microbiologist, I'm not a hematologist, I'm not a medical doctor, I'm not a naturopathic doctor, I'm not a trained scientist. So remember,
what is he then?
As Dr. McCairn mentioned, actually, right when we started broadcasting, was people spouting this nonsense about viruses not existing. And when it became clear to all of us on that roundtable that night, I think it was 2 weeks ago, as I mentioned, that this guy doesn't believe in viruses. I mean, we all started to get suspicious, but at that point is when I decided that we had heard enough from him. But there are more articles.
Well, I mean, he's a PhD though. He's a PhD, right?
No.
I mean, that's what he says, but like...
Oh, I thought he was a PhD in like some sort of biology or some sort of...
He said, didn't he say that he went to
toxicology or something?
Stanford? I actually didn't. I only rewatched it once, so I couldn't recall, but I thought I recall him saying, don't quote me on that, but saying that he went to Stanford or something.
Oh, I thought he was a PhD. I thought I called him Dr. Young on the show. I thought he was a PhD.
I think we all addressed him. I addressed him as Dr. Young, but
yeah.
I don't know if that was appropriate.
That's why I just call everyone dude. Right. So
well,
that way you don't mess it up.
Well, you can call me Dr. Dude.
It'd still come out dude.
I reached my limit.
So that type of episode though is a good warning as to why you take your time and you do the proper process. Okay, so I'm just scanning through the comments as you guys were talking, and so basically you're seeing where did it go? So the French Ordre de Médecins is thinking about removing the license of Professor Raoult, father of the hydrochloroquine, whatever it is, and azithromycin. Despite initial positive results. And I threw up red flags straight away when that data came out, right? Because I was like, this has not followed the scientific method, okay? And I'm very suspicious of someone that just comes with such perfectly good data, right? It doesn't work like that, right? Whether it's whatever. I know you're sort of itching to get to the civil rights and the
well, we're getting to the
currency,
point, you know,
but
yeah.
there's things you have to sort of keep in check, right? And I will just say, when 9/11 happened, right? Everyone got on board the war train down to Kick-Ass Station, right? And I was one of them, right? And I remember just sort of, because, you know, I had biases myself, right, into what I wanted and how to deal with those particular people, right? Because I'd had to grow up around them, right? And I had an insight into them.
Do you want to do you want to share maybe the incident that sparked that, Kevin? Or if not, we can refer people to our interview.
I'll mention it briefly, but just a next door neighbor of my grandmother, murdered, was one of 6 boys who 3 weeks after 9/11 murdered a young lad walking back from his city centre job in a city centre pub, basically. And basically they try to behead him in the street, sprayed him with CS gas, beat him with hammers, boots, put a hunting knife through him, and anything before there would even sort of been shots fired. And they, in their courts, they did runners, and it was very difficult. And Ross Parker was his name. And let's not forget all these people. That
very salient case back then. There's a Wikipedia page on it if people want to read.
It sounds like something that we should be doing to Fauci.
Well, metaphorically, probably. And I'm talking
about literally.
Yeah, but this is where you're going to get gunned down, Paul. So you need to learn how to fight properly. It's all right having the sentiment.
I agree, Paul. I don't think we should be saying stuff like that.
Right? Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem. He designed a weapon at Fort Detrick. He funded a weapon at P4. He killed people in the United States. That is a fact. He killed people in the United States, and he needs to be prosecuted.
I agree. I've gone on record saying it. Okay, and everyone and everything around that. It needs objective people coming in that don't have ties, that can't, but that are resistant somewhat to corruption. Because everywhere you look, and I've seen it up close. Okay, I've seen the science sausage being made. They will. A lot of people break in that environment, right? Where they get seduced by, and often it's not even money; it's ego that these people want. Right. And Fauci doesn't need any more money. Right. He's been minted for long enough. Right. But he's addicted to the power. Right. That comes from his position and being the kingmaker. OK, that's very obvious to anyone with, half a brain that wants to sort of step back and do the analysis. But as well as him, there's a whole coterie of other individuals that fall under that level of suspicion. Okay, and that also includes the Chinese side. Okay, weapon research like that, if you want to start peeling layers back, can just go back as far as you want, right? Well, we take it back to the Middle Ages, where we would, who first decided that they were going to sling rotting bodies over the castle walls, right? You have to develop a precision in your language, otherwise all the temper and fury that you have right now will just be wasted as exhaust gas, right? Because the system can only handle.
No, I disagree with you. I disagree with you because there's different generations that have to be talked in a different way, and I am trying to tap in to a younger generation that is starting to see their opportunities erode in front of them financially. Because what's going to start happening is you're going to start hearing transhumanism, you're going to start hearing artificial intelligence, and you're going to start hearing that it's going to be some sort of basic income, income provided. We're going to be slowly moving into socialism, and anyone that has done any studying of that realizes that that will lead to a never-ending tyranny and no prosperity, no economic prosperity for people.
Well, so
what I am trying to tap into, Dr. McCairn, I know exactly what I'm doing. Trust me, I know exactly what I'm doing.
So
no. Let me finish. I know exactly what I'm doing. There's a time and a place. There's a time and a place to talk calmly, and there's a time and a place to not. And we right now need to start talking to the younger generation to say, do you want to have prosperity or not? If you don't want prosperity, then keep on going down this road and just close your eyes. Okay, if you want to have a future, if you want to be those like the Steve Jobs out there, or the Elon Musks, or you want to build a business or create a new technology, or be an Edison, then they're going to have to start listening to me.
Okay, so
right? Because you're going to lose that opportunity. So it's tapping in. It's tapping into that adolescence, that adolescence, and seeing, hey, you know what? We may actually have to go kinetic. And all this nicety talk won't mean anything.
Right,
because
but then
until
you're gonna
the
get
citizenry,
swatted.
until
Well,
the
you'll get swatted, dude.
until the citizenry, I don't care. I don't care. I'm going to save my Constitution. I don't care. I'm saving my country. Period.
Okay.
I said that on day one on my channel. I'm saving my Constitution.
So
And what's going to happen here? What's going to happen is people are going to have to say, we are not going to have that 5G tower. We're not going to have that 5G tower because it's going to cause a surveillance state. And we're not going to go in with this forced vaccinations because what's going to happen is they're going to play around with your genetics.
So let's just break that down for the public, right? Because what, like you said, people are gonna not have PhDs, and you're saying you're asking PhD questions with the first question, okay? And I'm saying actually let's use a bit of precision in language so we understand what we're talking about. Right? Because if you want to get in a shoving match with someone, okay, and you're going to get in a fight,
depends on who you're talking. It depends on who you're talking to. It depends on who the audience is.
Okay, so you said your piece, and now I'm going to say mine. So,
all right,
the when you're talking with respect to 5G, genetics, vaccinations. These are all break points in the American psyche. They're all fragile points, a pressure point, right? Which an enemy knows how to press, okay? So you have to understand when your buttons are being pressed, not you doing something. You might think you're doing something volitional, okay? And you bring up the Smith-Mundt Act, right? What is that? Well, that's about programming, right? It's about programming people in such a way that it was geared towards mitigating communism, if you like, for want of a better word. And you won't get any argument from me in negating communism, right? It's what I was brought up to do. Okay, that's not an argument to be had. But when you're getting a crowd of people around you, okay, and when I first saw your web YouTube channel, okay, I can't remember what you're like 10,000-15,000 viewers, I think, when I sort of reached out to you. You're now at 40,000, okay, and you've now got
40 almost 43,000. But go.
40,
Who's counting? All right, go ahead.
So in that instance, okay, you have to think, well, okay, now the voice is getting amplified, and what you're gonna see is you're gonna see more and more of these non-compliant type affairs break out, especially across heartland of America, where they don't see downtown New York, right? And they don't see people, or they don't see the patients coming out with liquefied organs that are put on the intubation machines. Okay, so for them, you have to understand that there is, especially as it's been amplified since 9/11 and the internet, and just there is a conspiratorial element, and rightfully so in most cases. If you want to scratch beneath the surface, there's always a sketchy whiff that you can get hold of. Okay, and in that instance where you're saying we have to take down 5G towers, we have to start doing everything, or to go kinetic, right? If you're in a war situation, okay, trust me, in this instance, okay, you'll just get cut down in the first stream across no man's land, right? Whether that be metaphorical or physical, okay? You're not fighting with good sense, okay? It's like the braggart that's had 10 pints to drink comes staggering out the pub, and that's just an easy target to someone who knows how to land a punch.
Or think of it like this, Paul. Like, you are in a level now where you're a shark now, right? In terms of the YouTube sphere, well, maybe not a shark, but you're getting there. But there's always a bigger pool somewhere, you maybe you're in like
Yeah, but you're assuming that I'm the only shark that's in my
What I'm saying is
my clan.
That's precisely my point.
I got a lot of
with
other
regard
sharks
here,
with me. I got a lot of other sharks with me.
No, I was just saying with regard to what Kevin was saying, that you don't know, maybe you could blow up and go to the next level, because there's always the next level. You know, there's 100, 200, 500, and if you're getting on Rogan level, because there's not really a higher level at this point, right? Those people are gonna, when they see you saying inflammatory stuff like that, they're gonna use that to just paint you as a completely bad guy, and just focus in on that. I think that's what Kevin's trying to say, but that's what
I appreciate the concern. I truly appreciate the concern, and I understand what both of you are saying. But I also apply the Howard Stern method, and the Howard Stern method is you have to be inflammatory sometimes. You have to be so out there, so shockish, that people actually start listening. Because when you're so nice and you're reading a bedtime story, people go to sleep.
Right, that's shock and awe. Right, that's a war tactic that's been tried time and time again. Okay, well, you might think you've teed off well, but then the grind comes. Okay, the breaks in your bones as you're getting into the fight, and you got to keep sniffing the snot and the blood, and you got to keep going and going and going, and then it don't stop, and you're panting for breath, right? And you got to still win, right? That's when you sign up, that's what it means, right? You win at all cost. Right now, okay, if we're trying to make something approaching a sophisticated pushback against the Faucis of this world, because trust me, there's more than one Fauci, okay?
You got that
many,
right.
Many more, okay? And they need rooting out, right? Root and branch, okay? So you have to learn to it's the sort of Zen question, right? And the Shaolin monks are sort of like, well, when's the right time to tap the system, right? So you get maximum effect on target, right? Ask Kevin what negotiating power we have. Well, the fact that the people in charge know what a thin veil lies between them and probably a metaphorical lynching mob, okay? And you have to remember that those people, right, to sort of butcher Orwell's expression, they sleep well because there are men, big, heavy men with guns prepared to go and do their dirty work for them, right? And that's the way it's always been, and probably the way it's always going to be. Our only hope is to sort of make it as transparent as possible, right? So a good example right now is them taking down David Icke and the other guy who's just reveling.
Yeah, but
like
David Icke, the thing is that you and I and Addy and others, Couey, we're not stating things that are unscientific.
Well,
David Icke said stuff that was totally unscientific. That's why he was pulled down.
No, he was talking about 5G. Okay, and it doesn't matter.
He also said that in that same video, he was talking about that viruses don't exist and the RT-PCR doesn't work and all this stuff.
Yeah, but
he was talking about exosome theory and all this.
It was 5G that got him taken down, right? Because he's very popular in the UK. Why? Because he's one of the few people that was calling out the kiddie diddlers years back, right? Where everyone knew that it was going on. And the same with like the next door neighbor that ganged up on that little Ross Parker. There was relatives of theirs engaged in the same mass rape of young girls that effectively got silenced, right? Parents would get arrested for trying to protect their children from these people because the diversity in the race relations had become so insidious in the UK that it was impossible to defend yourself against it. Right. So if you're using that type of language, Okay, you can't say you can't use the phrasing I don't know, wogs out. That would be the vernacular from the UK if you wanted to sort of take the language from that period where they were really worried about these types of things. And I can remember the programming as a child, right? That we had the Stephen Lawrence murder shoved down our throat every day, still do, right? Of a young black kid that got taken out by, if you want to believe that, if there was a conspiracy or not, and I know people that do think there's conspiracy there, but they got taken out by using sentiments and words, whether they were at the scene of the crime, right? That, in my opinion, you should be, if you're not harming anyone, you're not hurt. Essentially, you're not doing anything wrong, right? And this is where you have to get into the weeds with respect to, well, where's your language taking you, right? And if we're gearing up for dealing with people that readily knew about gain of function, and these are words that people have just beginning to sort of come around to, but this is stuff that's been in the literature for a long time, right? It's the same with high energy physics, right, and nuclear weapons, right? It's just that the apparatus needed to whip up a hydrogen bomb is much more difficult than it is, even just an atomic bomb is much more difficult than it was than it is to start finding a pathogen and start passaging it through pigs, right? That would be especially GMO pigs that have.
Did you guys see this? Sorry to cut you off, Kev, but did you guys see this? Susan Wojcicki, I don't know how to say her last name, saying this, that anybody saying you to take vitamin C,
right? I saw this
by YouTube.
Yeah. I brought this up on my channel.
Yeah,
I talked about this.
So absurd.
Yeah, right. What it is they're trying to control us. They're trying. They
so
don't want
absurd.
us. This is the part. This is part of that Smith modernization.
Yeah, let's go back to that. Let's explain this.
Before we do that,
Yeah.
let me just
Go ahead,
say
Paul.
one sentence. All right.
Go ahead, you got it.
We are in the details of the science of this, and we can talk for 20 hours straight about the science of it. But the bottom line is that we're moving to another level of operation in terms of this informational war that's going on the internet. All right, the science part of it, that is an old battle. It was a bioweapon. It was proven. It would, and I can talk to ad nauseum about it. All right, and all the players, we have that data. So talking about the science of it, of the genesis, that's an old battle.
It is one pillar, and that's one battle in that pillar that we have won. Yeah.
Right. That's one battle that we won. All right. What is important is to talk about the clinical stuff that is popping up, like the hypoxia, the neurological problems they're starting to pick up. There's discoloration of the skin in certain regions of the body, like the fingers and the toes, and sometimes on the face. There are strong signs now of neurological problems that are starting to pick up. People starting to feel tingling sensation. That sounds like a PNS syndrome. That's usually caused by an antibody that's being produced. All right. So there's a lot of stuff that we can explore on that side. But keep on rehashing an old battle is a waste of our time.
Okay, so
it's a waste of our time. But the next battle, the next big battle here, the next big battle is the Smith-Mundt modernization, because this is part of the key. This is part of the picture. This is part of their weapons.
And this is actually something
to
that
be able
I
to
learned.
push this agenda, this Agenda 21, and this forced vaccine program. So with that said, Addy, if you could just explain to the audience a little bit what you know of the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act.
Definitely, yeah. And this is something I actually learned from Charlie Robinson, the author from Colorado. And anybody wants to see my interview with him, please do check that out. We had about hour and a half, 2 hours of great convo. But it basically, it started out in getting created in 1948. And as I understand it, it basically made propaganda legal for anyone outside the United States. But this amendment or change that was made in 2012 changed that to allow propaganda to be used on the citizens of the United States as well. And that really is the simplest way to explain it, is that it legalizes propaganda for the government to use. And here they call it, I think it's public diplomacy. So propaganda is the basic legislative authorization for propaganda activities.
Mm-hmm. And if you remember, Addy, when you were on my channel, and even when you first interviewed me on your channel, and I appreciate that, we were talking about this Biopatriot Act. This is an element of it. This is this idea that they can control you and move you into a certain direction. All right. We're not talking about toothpaste. We're not talking about, hey, this is minty fresh. Go buy this toothpaste. Or, this is a certain type of clothing that just, that's using Turkish cotton. This is dealing with our civil liberties here. And what this act has set in motion here is that it gives the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, Homeland Security, and every other agency full ride to control you. And now you have a pandemic like this where it destroys the economy of the United States, and everyone's fearful and their cortisol levels are elevated. And a lot of people, not everybody, but I would say more than 66% of the population will just say, just give me the vaccine.
Yeah, they'll say yes to
so
whatever.
I can go get a job again.
Okay, so let's establish very quickly that you don't need a large force once inside enemy territory to start waging kinetic warfare, right? Let's establish that fact, okay?
Right.
And once you have to think in terms of the Constitution, right? And you have to challenge each one of these laws, and are they constitutional or not? Now, the problem is that I would say where I can see that the Constitution of the United States, as it's sort of understood, was that it gave rights to corporations, right? That should never have happened. That's caused a tangle in the fabric of society that's sort of reaching a well, I guess I don't want to say it's festering, because that's probably not the right wording, but it has festered, and it's sort of reached a point where the body sort of internalizes it, or like any boil, it sort of erupts and spills out. Now, when you've got to that point, okay, it's not going to take much, right, to bring somewhere like the United States coming crashing down, so that you're basically engaged in what would be much more vigorous police actions, which you could argue, which the Middle East was all about, and Afghanistan, because that wasn't war fighting, that was sort of policing actions, right? It wasn't war, because even though they used declarations of war, they've strung it out for years and years and years, and there's been no resolution to it. That's no way to fight a war, right? When you go to war, so this is why I'm saying you have to be very precise in the language that you're using, right? So you used an example in your last bit where you were talking. I'm trying to think what that was now, and it's eluding me. But the point being that when you're talking about vaccines to Jethro and Bubba in Louisiana or wherever, Alabama, right? And as they're fixing their old rickety pickup truck, right? You know they ain't taking any vaccines, right? Because the guns come out straight away, and they don't take kind to strange folk down their way, right?
I said this. I said this with Mike Adams the other day. I'm not worried about Texas. I'm worried about New York and the Eastern Seaboard and the intelligentsia between the Boss-Wash corridor and what's going on in California. These people are so liberal that they're going to take it, and they're going to lead the nation. People are going to say, well, they took it, I'll take it. The people we need to convince is the East Coast and the West Coast. I'm not worried about Middle America, because Middle America, that's in my DNA. I'm Midwest. I'm as Midwest as it gets. And I'll tell you what, this country is at a crossroad. We're going to either protect our civil liberties, or we're going to go down in flames with our Constitution. And it's going to be the Midwest that's going to be the firewall to prevent it from happening. Because the East Coast and the West Coast has been selling this country down the road for the last 30 fucking years. And I'm sick of it. And there's an awful lot of states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Texas, Oklahoma. We're all fucking tired of it.
And, once they, a good example to use, because it's very fresh in people's minds, is how they pushed through marriage for homos, right? Gay people, whatever you want to call them, right? And once that went through, it went from there to 5 years to them, where we're at this current situation where they're essentially assaulting children because the liberal parents think it's the woke thing to do. Okay, so with the things you're talking about were passed long ago. Okay, now what I'm trying to say to you is, right, you want to unravel that, right? And I'm seeing some people say, well, I'm locked and loaded, let's get ready, go, right? All very good, very rah. Okay, I like it. But we
need to have our Boston Tea Party moment to be able to protect our Constitution.
Right, but if you can't protect your children,
I know you don't.
If you can't protect your children, you're not going to protect a bit of paper.
You don't get it. You're in Japan. It's different. Well, then you need to spend more time in the Midwest. I don't know, but because I'll tell you, something is happening in America. There is a rebirth that's happening through this crisis.
Right. You will.
Let me just speak on this, Kevin. I actually talked about this with Rollo Tomasi. He is basically saying there's a new enlightenment going on because of this, which I don't know. It could be the 21st century's enlightenment. I don't know. I mean, who's to say now? It could be that big. It could be really small. But I think it's going to be bigger than a lot of people realize.
So hang on, I just want to address like some people in the chat. So Nicholas Griffith, right? You're retarded, right? If you think you're going to go lock and load, right, and go and take out the Marine base down the road, okay?
No, he's not saying that. He's not saying that.
Yes, he is. No, because he's looking at gun up. He's looking at gun up like a whole bunch of other people, right? And that's
the American spirit, man. Right. It's written in our Constitution.
Yeah, and so
it's the Second Amendment.
Right,
that is our spirit,
and I'm for the Second Amendment, First Amendment, right, and the second protects the first. I'm all for it, okay. Right. But let me tell you, okay, how those rights were taken away by, and I'm looking at Nicholas R. Griffith in the thing, dude. You're a crank, right? No, I'm looking at your picture, right? You're a crank, okay. And you're not going to do anything, right? Coming out like the Taliban and shooting your guns in the air, right? It's not going to work like that. And you might think, well, I'm good. I did a bit of QRF training and I can do a bit of sniping, etc., etc. Let's see how tough you are when all the food and everything, the infrastructure breaks down, right? You got to fight smart.
Well, here's the thing. Is that you're assuming that the military would be against the citizenry.
You've got no idea.
No, they have.
You've got no idea about modern military training. You've got no idea about modern military training.
No, I do know.
Have you been in the military?
I haven't, but my family, I have a very long history in my family that served in the military. Very long history. Very long. So I mean, don't go down that road.
I'll go down where I want to, right? Because what we call that is stolen valor, right? We call that stolen valor, and I'll give you a very good example of where that's being used, right? And it's being used to twist on the internet, right? And I encourage people to look it up, right? And his name is called Theodore Beale, and he goes by the name Vox Day, right? And Vox Day, I encourage everyone to go and look. Okay, and he will revel in this bit of internet drama. Basically, used the stolen valor of his uncles, Marines, fighting in the Second World War. Okay, to basically argue that Anders Breivik did a great thing by slaughtering the children of his political opponents. Okay, and he's online. Okay, I'll throw the link up for you. Wait 1 second, right? And you can go read it. And I encourage everyone to download this bit of internet spasticity, okay, that you're going to walk yourself into, right? When you think you're going to be ready to roll, right? You guys are not ready because you don't understand, one, modern military training, two, right, how this next generation of warfare with respect to psychological operations. Do you think our soldiers will fire on their own civilians? Yes, I know they will.
McCairn, all you got to do is shut down the grid, and there's ways to do it. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do.
So I want to
because they won't have the spectral dominance. They will not have the spectral dominance when you pull down the grid.
Okay, so if you honestly think that, okay.
Yeah, I do honestly think.
Well, then, so lead from the front, then, Paul. Right, that's what I would say. The first person.
What do you think I've been doing, man?
Okay, so yeah, it's all right.
I've been leading from the front. Jesus Christ.
Right, yeah, but shouting.
Mitchell agrees.
Right. And the fight is over the vaccine issue for sure. Right. And I've said don't take vaccines. Right. I'm very. I will talk you through it, Andrew. Don't worry.
They're gonna force it on people. That's the problem. And until people say no,
then that becomes assault. That's assault on sovereign citizen. And let me tell you this, Paul. Right? If they didn't defend their children from perverts and homos and weirdos and fetishists and all those other deviants that are running every little bit of nook and cranny of every bit of infrastructure that you are familiar with. Okay, so you're sitting there with, I can see you've got fancy apartment and lights and what have you. Okay, and you might think that you probably get away unscathed a bit. You might got a bit of Bitcoin, a bit of gold bullion stashed away, and you'll be all right. And you'll not get into the meat grinder of it, right? But there is a meat grinder.
That's not true. That's not in. That is not the history of my family. Believe me, the history of my family has gone through hell, and I'll tell you. I will defend my Constitution. I'm not this YouTube just blabbermouth.
Okay, so what hell is that?
I'm not. Trust me, I'm not.
What hell did they go?
I'm not gonna go into. I can spend 3 hours talking about it, but it's just not worth the conversation. But to make this statement,
give us an overarch, right? What hell was it? World War II, Vietnam. What was it?
My family has fought in almost every single major war in this country since 1790. And then not only that, my uncles, my great uncles, and my father, my brother, my grandfather, they were either Army or Navy. So, I mean, we have a huge history of military service. So don't come down to me and say that my family did not, and it's not in my DNA. It is in my DNA to do exactly what I'm saying. So, and then obviously because I'm Jewish, we've been scarred by the Holocaust. And this is why I am so against the IDing and the forced vaccinations and, going into,
you're muted right now, Kev.
and going into these kind of like Warsaw ghettos. This is my grandmother who survived the Holocaust and lost her brother and mother.
Is she still around, Paul?
From the Nazis. No, my grandmother passed away in 1982. But the thing is, the thing is, she taught us never let it happen again. Ever. Never, 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 never. And I am going to hold that promise. It's never gonna fucking happen again.
All right. I'm unmuting Kev.
Okay, so right there, okay. So once people get a look into and it doesn't matter, you seem like a decent bloke to me. I like talking to you and I don't mind having the back and forth, right? But trust me, when there are people that are going to say, oh, there's someone of Jewish ancestry calling for war right now because of fears about another Holocaust, right? Trust me, right? You might think
ID 2020 is the Holocaust.
Okay.
Wake up, McCairn. McCairn, wake up. Wake up. It is going to be another Holocaust because people are going to be tagged. You're going to have never-ending surveillance, and you're going to have forced vaccinations that's going to affect your genome. And
Okay,
you know
right,
enough about science to realize what I'm saying is true.
Take a deep breath, guys.
So
deep breath.
It is a Holocaust. How could you say it's not?
Well, let's break it down. Okay, so
Jesus Christ.
What does it mean? Holocaust, burnt offering, right? And so people then say, well, do you want to look into the history of Israel and the formation of the state of Israel and the role of major players?
I'm not talking about that.
So
I'm talking about genocide. I'm talking about surveillance. I'm talking about losing your constitutional rights.
Okay, so
you're mixing apples and oranges here. You said what was my DNA.
So
I told you what was my DNA.
So now we can understand your point of argumentation and we can begin to address it, right? And I can show you where you're wrong, okay? And I'll say that you're wrong in this case, okay? And you've got to think...
in what way? How am I wrong? How am I wrong with wanting to defend my country?
So
how is that wrong?
So I'll use history to you, right? So the idea of a Jewish Holocaust is not an original one. It didn't just come from the Second World War. Right?
I didn't say.
Okay, but
that's not the point. McCairn,
okay,
here's the problem: is you're mixing apples and oranges.
I'm not.
You said that I'm I'm sitting, pretty on a
Addy, let me. He spoke a lot. And
come on. But you're misrepresenting me.
Yo, you guys, let's change the topic. We're talking about something pretty salient right now.
It's long, slow genocide via the breakdown of family and community, right? And I would say right now that there you just got a good insight into how you counter all this to begin with, and you start addressing the social issues that have inflicted the West, that come from things like debt-ridden economies, the fracturing of family units, the any sort of fingerprint of modern living. Okay, and when you start rah-rahing up the mob, okay, that mob is not going to act like you want, and there will be people that have a different view of history, okay, that will come at you and they can take you out, right? So right now, okay, you're standing on a precipice, okay, and I can walk you back, right, to where you can engage your energy properly. So they're not steamrolling through the Patriot Act, because the Patriot Act was it had to go 70 more days, right? And they could, you can get to these things and you can start going at it through the courts, right? You've got to start challenging it through the courts. And if you haven't challenged these things at the legal level yet in the US, right?
Mhm.
And you start getting into some kind of guerrilla armed conflict, okay? But then that just becomes the Irish.
But McCairn, but McCairn, on my channel, I've always said reach out to your representatives first.
Yes,
and try to do this peacefully. But if they force it on
that was
us
2 months
and they don't
ago,
listen
dude.
to our voice, but if they don't listen, that's why I'm saying that talking about the scientific stuff, we've already won that battlefield. Now it's talking about the Smith-Mundt modernization and stopping this domestic propaganda.
So look at the comments.
And they're pushing
look
for
at the comments.
I don't care.
Okay,
I know what's in my heart and I know what's right. And the bottom line is this: we need to protect this Constitution. Period.
So I want to just say something. I think that Paul is right in the sense that I think you're both right, but I think Paul is right in the sense that another Holocaust can happen, and it can happen to any demographic, and it can happen because in the long run because of what's going on right now. I think what Kevin's trying to say is we're not really close to that yet, and we shouldn't be talking like that just yet.
No,
but I think we should still keep it in the back of our mind. This is how I feel then. But let's agree to disagree on that then.
All right. All right. Well, we agree to disagree, but I think this. I am very concerned that if we get reinfected in October, that the president is going to do an executive order that states that he's going to force vaccine. That's what I'm worried about.
Okay, so executive order is.
You wouldn't do that before an election. You don't start a war before an election.
Right.
No. But no. I agree with that. But the surge is going to take place in late October. Election is early November. He wouldn't be doing the executive order until he's reelected. And after the reelection,
the timing is works out for that.
Right. So in mid-November or late November is when the executive order comes out. So and they would have had enough. He would fast track it.
Jerry Duff has asked the right question. Okay, because if you want to, this is science roundtable, not socio-political roundtable. Right? If you to offer a solution to cure the virus, what would it be? And the cure has to be herd immunity. Right? You have to build up natural resistance to it. And there needs to be some, you have to sort of begin that path. And we agree that we want to try to protect the weakest, right? And I would put forward the argument that right now, I think the medical systems are sufficiently sophisticated enough that someone like young children, right now, as we beginning to understand more about what this agent is, and the first thing was that we had to understand was there a lab component to it? Okay, and I've been saying from the beginning, there's no difference between a lab component, agent, or a weapon, right? It's just scale and intent. Okay, so right now, the scale is matching up, and we don't know because we don't know the full details of what's gone on. If we can point the finger at Fauci because that's public, and we've got a little bogeyman to go after, right? But we don't know the full extent of it yet. And if you bypass the civilizational mechanisms for dealing with it, and you do it, and I would say under the current circumstances that the allergy and infectious diseases department, you can start court-martialing, right? And whether that gets then popped into civil court or the people's court, or it's done through military tribunal, right? Right now, you need some way of settling down. Kashragod has this around scientists around. It's not right now, actually. So Kashragod, you normally talk a lot of shit, but this is you make a good point for once. You have to get into a position where you can help as maximal people as possible. And of course it's in air pollution, right? It's everywhere, right? You got to deal with it right now. Okay, so you start.
Did we know this before though, Kevin? I mean, this is
no. Well, let's be clear here. It's what the science told us. And so by them using COVID nomenclature, not saying SARS, we pulled a number on the population, because a lot of people won't be listening to us. They will be looking at mainstream sources and just be thinking, well, what is this? Beyond, they won't look beyond what COVID is, right? And when you've got people like Andrew Kaufman telling people that it's called COVID-19 because there were 18 versions before it, and that's going out to millions of people, right? We've got a big problem, right? And so those people that, I mean, you might laugh, Paul, but those people they're making up a lot of the heartland of America as well, right? And they're all going to have different political views, okay? And trust me on this, when they hear someone like yourself that's coming from Jewish ancestry rah-rahing for war, there's a lot of people that are just not going to take kindly to it.
Yeah,
right.
That's true.
And you got to be real on point, dude, if you're going to lead from the front, right? And it's all right going right. So what does getting on point mean, right? So from a tactical level, you send in QRF teams, right? Special ops behind enemy lines.
McCairn, you're assuming that ain't happening already.
Right. So
we guys, we're on the same team. Remember,
McCairn, I am way ahead of the game on this.
So
no, you don't get it. You don't get it. I'm telling you, you don't get it. I am not just talking. It's moving forward. It's happening now.
Okay. So you're
Shout
gonna
out
get
to Michael
swatted,
Casey.
dude.
You're telling me stuff I already know. That's what I'm saying. You're mischaracterizing what I know and what is happening right now. It's moving now. The operation is moving now. You're seeing it on the internet now. It's coordinated now. I'm not talking. It's going. It's happening now.
That's the internet, dude. And
no. It's in the real world. It's happening now.
Okay. So
so you're saying things that I was thinking and was planning 4 weeks ago.
Okay. So we're now a month down.
It's time to get up to speed, dude.
Right.
It's time to get up to speed down, because
listen. We're a month down the road, okay? And your plan hasn't been the shock and awe, and cutting the grid didn't work, right? And now
I didn't say no. You're missing my point. You're mischaracterizing what I said.
Look at the comments you're getting, Paul. Okay. So people are misunderstanding what you. Okay, so it doesn't matter whether you care. I don't care.
Okay,
it doesn't matter. Right.
As long as I get that protection of the Constitution, I don't give a damn how we do it.
Okay, so
I really don't, because the Constitution is paramount. We must protect it.
Okay.
We must protect it.
So you think right now, okay? Because let's a priori assume that we're already in this fight, and it started.
It's already started. I'm telling you,
right?
It started. It's already started.
Okay, so let me tell you this, right? I know it started. Some of us have been doing it a bit longer than other people, right? And some of us understand, right, that you've got to think tactically when you're in this fight right now, and where you've got people screaming lock and load, right, in the comments, right? Well, they're doing that. I'm moving away from them, setting up observation, getting under cover, and making sure I can get all points of access under my scope, right? And those people don't, like, you're either not getting it, or you don't know. You've got no idea of modern training techniques and if you think that US forces are not going to shoot on people, right? You're gonna come. It's called living in fictive reality. I speak about it a lot, okay? And it's like the people that want to think that they're female when they're male, and all that.
Can I bring up something?
Sure.
What makes you think that I'm not talking to military right now? What makes you think that?
So I can tell you, right? I know.
You know what? I'll tell you this. There's an awful lot of people that think like I do. that come from all walks of life. All walks of life. You pick the walk of life, and they're thinking like I am. All right.
Okay. So Mitchell
There
Mitchell
are
Bjerk's put in the thing,
individuals
right? Police
that
and
are
military
thinking
are
just
trained,
like I am.
right? So police and military are trained to take control, okay, not to mediate. It's a weapon, nothing else, right? And what you're gonna do, right? Because in my mind, this war started long ago, okay, and now we're getting to the point where, okay, so now here comes the hot
The
bit.
far majority of the military, I'll tell you right now, the far majority of the military will not be shooting on the citizenry because of they swore an oath to the Constitution. That's what's going to happen.
Okay, then be my guest, and we'll answer the
then you don't
scientific
understand
questions.
the American spirit, Dr. McCairn. With all
Yo,
due respect,
let's
you do
do
not
a review,
understand the
guys, of
American
the
spirit.
basics. So we got to be wearing
Okay.
masks when we go out in public in crowded
Yeah.
areas. I actually bought some hand sanitizer today at Target. It was the first bottle of hand sanitizer I've seen in months, so that's good news. Wiping down handles and surfaces with antibacterial. Making sure you're keeping your inflammation down, anti-inflammatory. Oh, I don't have my garlic. I often will have garlic here. I'll just put it on my snacks that I'm eating. Really great for anti-inflammation, along with just staying hydrated and exercising. Cold showers too. Actually, I always I started hot and ending cold, and some people are just inflamed to the hilt because they've never actually taken a cold shower or an ice bath. So. Yeah, just bringing it back a little bit to the virus aspect of it, because we did get into the abstract geopolitics there. Although I just want to comment on what Doc McCairn said. This is the COVID scientist roundtable, not to be pedantic. So as long as we got scientists here, which we do, we can discuss geopolitics. But yeah, let's just bring it back a little bit.
Go ahead, Paul. Kind of a humorous comment. Political science is a science, but okay, go ahead.
Well,
it is, yes.
Some would debate that, and I would.
I'm sure you would.
Machiavelli would love to take you on there, Doc McCairn.
Yeah, and like I say, the thing to do is there's a bigger issue at play here right now, and that is to, one, get a clamp on the misinformation that's coming out, right? So you're sort of seeing people saying, and this is why I've discouraged people from talking on my Discord and my means of communication with all their free things help. I don't know why we're speaking about osteoarthritis, Marie, but
she was responding to what I said about the anti-inflammatory stuff.
And
like but just if people want to put in the comments what they do for anti-inflammatory stuff, I'll share it on the screen so everybody can see it as Kevin's talking. Go ahead,
that's Kevin. A great idea. That's a great idea.
But I would right now be you need to think about how you're going to contain and recognize the infection, which is why I jumped into this fray, because it was very, very obvious to me that there was a neural component that wasn't being, or not addressed. I just don't think people really understood it very well. And, the virologists understood years back that SARS attacked the nervous system. But the problem is, as virologists, they had no idea what the neuroscience of that would look like, or the neurology of what it would look like. But to me, it was very, very obvious right as soon as I saw footage coming out. Now, my issue is that that footage seems to have stopped, but now there's medical reports that have come out with so a very broad range of neurological deficits. So from strokes to encephalopathies to encephalitis. So encephalopathies is just the holes forming in neural tissue. Encephalitis is swelling of the meninges. swelling in the brain. And so there's still a very broad range of symptoms here that you need to be keyed into to get through this next phase, right? We don't want to go down the road of vaccines, okay? I've said that from the beginning. I think there's a role for them in the I think there's a role for them in the medical armory, and I took them for my job. And thank you, Farmer Jones. That's a nice comment. Right now we want to just be saying I don't care about things like economies and fantasy money, right? What I actually would have concerns about right now is so you talked about prosperity, Paul, is that I want to make sure that we don't make our industries and societies susceptible to tactical weaknesses. So one of those weaknesses right now is the manufacturing being off in China and other unstable or unsavory, let's put it that way, unsavory countries. And the other is that we live on this idea of untrammeled greed being the cure-all, the free market, right? And the libertarian argument that is going to get you to the best culture and society. And I would say, as we saw communism collapse on its intrinsic faults, if you like, you're seeing the capitalist system sort of eat its own tail right now. And so I would want to find a scientific approach to dealing and how to get out of this situation, right? Before, I'm down with saying, we go burn down 5G towers, because I don't see that as being tried yet. And you'd have to work very hard to convince me that it has been tried. And we need to make an investment in the young so that they do feel that there's a chance, and not putting them under massive debt.
If they do not provide proof in some sort of measure to prevent this global surveillance of the citizenry in real time through through E7, I'm not going to use the word, but through E7 technology, then it is our obligation and right to tear down that infrastructure, because it is eroding our First Amendment.
Okay, so I can give you insight into how that war was lost previously. And we know where that was lost, in the civil liberties of the United Kingdom post Second World War, right? So
you don't have a First Amendment.
Yeah, but look, where does the Constitution of the United? It didn't just pop out of nowhere.
Magna Carta.
Right?
No, it's right.
Magna
Carta is the kernel. Right. But the bottom line is that you don't have a freedom of speech, and you don't have freedom of speech in the UK. And that's the reason why you need to immigrate to the United States and maybe live in the Midwest.
So,
come live with us, Kevin.
I'd love to, dude, but they won't let me past the immigration. So, you have to. I don't want to get too much into the geopolitics and the social.
Cold showers for inflammation. Right? Yes, cold showers have been proven scientifically to reduce inflammation. They also are really good for your skin too.
If I can interject just on the cold shower point of view, Dr. Sinclair, who is the developer of NMN and has done a lot of work on sirtuins in in the cell. It prevents aging and promotes mitochondrial health. But he subscribes to this idea of shocking the system, and by in this case, cold showers, shocking the system, and it actually is been shown to reduce aging. So yeah, because of this, anti-inflammatory thing.
Yeah, and it closes your pores too on your skin. Because that's one thing growing up in Wisconsin in the winter, your skin just gets so dry. And if you take a really hot shower and then get out, it just makes it worse. So I'll still take hot showers, but I always end in really, really cold for at least a minute or two.
So just a minute or two?
Yeah. Just until I feel, my pores close.
There's a group of people in Cali and this was on Joe Rogan's show, where they do the sauna, and then they jump in a cold pool, and then they do the sauna again, and jump in the cold pool, and they do this. They rotate it.
I have done that before. I don't. Well, actually, there's a sauna in my apartment complex, but all the amenities are shut down because of the pandemic.
Right.
But yeah, I have done that before. It's a great like hot and cold switching and cycling. But yes, to answer your question, they do help with anti-inflammation.
These are things well known. It's like we kind of lost touch with them because there's an argument that people make with respect to the medical model that and it sort of sprung from, it was amplified from the Second World War.
Yeah, and they are good for the sperm count too. That's right, Jigga Man.
Yeah, I didn't have that problem. So you need to look.
I don't have that problem either.
So, I
just
hope
in case people were worried.
So I hope you've got kids there, Paul, and you should do.
No, I don't have any. I don't have any children, but I don't have a problem.
You should get children.
I need kids. I need kids because we're going to start a war, and I need a whole army.
Right. So and that's how you have to think of it right now, right? So people are asking. So I want to sort of address some of the SARS-CoV people, because I've seen people that have been in my Discord that want to sort of bring up some. And one of the things main topics I wanted to bring up is fallacious science that's out there right now. And people are they're picking up their Google, getting a bit of information, and then running, thinking that they've got an answer, when, with anyone with any sort of expertise is going to look at that and just say, well, you're making the amateur's mistake. And look, mistakes happen. It's how we train doctors, right? And surgeons. Okay. So you let and when I train students to do surgery, because that's what a lot of my work is surgery, you have to train student, and just luckily that I was going to be careful with my language, but if I screw up, it's a monkey at the end of the day. It's not too bad, right? And so we have to find ways to address the faulty science that's coming out with people like Andrew Kaufman. I forget his name.
But the parlay, what Dr. McCairn, what you're saying is very important. It's what you're saying is very important, but it parlays to right with what Farmer Jones is saying. This Smith modernization is part of, quote, the domestic propaganda that we're starting to see with Dr. Kaufman.
Okay, so
he's part of it. He's trying to split. He's a wedge. We were talking about this earlier. About a wedge on the previous show that I was with you guys. There's this wedge that's taking place within this alternative news that's happening on these social media platforms. And Dr. Kaufman, where did he go? He went right to a flat Earth channel, and he blew up. He totally blew up because of Richie from Boston, and that is part of the psyop.
Yeah, I agree.
Everyone in our world, we keep on saying psyop. But what Farmer Jones is bringing up is it's all tied into this Smith modernization.
And so this is where I'm trying to say, if you wanna have some degree of continuity, right? So as an empire, you don't burn out at the 300-year mark, right? And you make it through to the next waypoint. Okay, we have to clean house. That much is clear. But we also have to deal with external threats. And there is a very big, massive external threat right now that comes from the Communist Chinese Party. Okay. And also so if you want a domestic enemy,
I'm all for, no, I didn't, I'm all for, let's not, I mean, it's very complicated what's going on. There's domestic things that are happening and there's foreign things that are happening.
There's so
And then
many spheres
sometimes-
that are being affected by this pandemic. It's multidimensional, and one sphere at any point in time might be more important than the other. And I think that's what we were maybe talking past each other a little bit earlier.
Exactly. It's like you got all these variables that have a certain parameter to it, and that parameter changes based on time. So there's a time function. There's a temporal aspect to it for each one of the variables, and each one of those variables aren't equally weighted at any given moment in time. So it's a very flux situation. In a way, there's a lot of chaos that's going on, but there's a domestic problem and there's a foreign issue that's going on. But I'll make it very clear. It's very important to protect our Constitution and destroy the CCP. We need to destroy the CCP. You know why? Because they can't keep on going this route and try to spread communism across the world. I'm one of those kids that were raised right under Reagan. You know, the commies are bad. Forever in my life, I'm going to view the commies are bad. All right. So I want to protect my Constitution. I want the CCP to fall. It's pretty simple.
Great. So before then, right, so there's many things that you have to deal with. So the part of those being the rot that's in all the institutions. And like I say, it's easy to sort of parcel off Fauci's kingdom, fiefdom, and say, oh, we've got it. And that's the type of one-dimensional thinking you're going to get people boxed into, right? And I'm saying you need to take a more abstract look at all these situations, understand that there are links that we possibly can't even get to in no matter how long we talk, because not all the data and all the variables are known yet. But we can essentially use sort of projection, sort of complex statistical projections and modeling, and right now I would say you're in a very high flux moment. And what's going to happen is that we know what happens usually when you abstract out is that it will crystallize out in some form or another. And where you've had the erosion, right? So the erosion of your civil liberties, and the fact that you've given all the Smith-Mund Act is doing is just you basically applied constitutional law to the United States government, because the United States government is a corporation, right? And you gave the Second Amendment right to corporations, right? And so this is where you have to use the precise language that you need to engage your enemy, right? And once you understand that countries like the UK are now listed as corporations, okay, and what that means in terms of what they call legalese, which is legal language, okay, and how that relates to your sovereign rights, which were defined in the Magna Carta, right? But you're not letting me finish. Okay, so you have to get to a point where you need to build up a consensus, much like the mask wearing, right? So if they're dealt, so the Chinese lying was a huge factor in us being right where we are right now.
Let's not forget that.
Yeah, the fact that the response of the Surgeon General Jerome Adams was, "Don't wear masks."
Atrocious.
Yeah, it's a travesty of tactical thinking, and in my mind, almost looks deliberate right now.
That's
right?
I mean, look, how can it not? How can you get to that position and have that point of view? I mean, look, maybe I think too highly of people's intelligence. I don't know, but I think it's atrocious for a university student to have that opinion, let alone the freaking Surgeon General of the United States of America, and by extension, the Western world.
And so at this point in the pandemic, and having so many hotspots in the United States specifically, it is important to have a mask to prevent infection.
My mom just sent me mine. She made
the infection.
Made her own, and she sent me mine. So,
right.
And I remember Kevin's wife was talking about it. My friend, his fiance is making masks too.
And
right.
that's
the problem with the T-shirt method. With the multiple folding, I've tried it. It's a little hard to breathe through.
So is any decent respirator. Right.
Yeah, and you're going to want to use cotton over polyester. I actually didn't know this. My mother used to be a seamstress, and she said that polyester just kind of goes right through it. Like, that's why they use it for athletic gear. So cotton does a better job of keeping it in. So if you do want to make your own masks, use a cotton T-shirt is my point.
I mean, everyone that, if you go outside of New York City specifically, I mean, everyone has a mask on.
Yeah.
Everyone of some sort, or, some makeshift, cloth.
I've got to address something. I see it in the comments, right? And when people are saying use nano silver gels, let's get something straight. Those are not safe either. Right? You can't just go telling people to start nebulizing nanoparticles. Right? We know that they cause problems. Right? We impregnate medical materials now with silver because of it's so potent. But we know that silver will cause.
Yeah, but Dr. McCairn, it is a proven fact. All right, this is not suspicion. It's not a hypothesis. It's a proven fact that it will inactivate viruses.
Yes,
we know this. They use right. So by nebulizing it into the air sac, you're going to reduce the viral infection.
Okay, so how do you think it?
So maybe I misunderstood what you were saying.
Mark, because my contact info is in the description box below.
Maybe I misunderstood your stance on it. You're saying not to nebulize nanosilver?
I'm saying so you see people just going bananas with specific elements. I'm saying we have to address the medical scientific facts, right?
It's not a specific element. It's not a specific element. Let's get it straight. Let's get it clear. It's a nanoparticle, and that particle is a silver particle with 4 hydrogens. So it's a molecule.
Okay, so
all right, so let's just get it straight. And that molecule has a resonance structure, and I'm sure you understand that. So so all right. Now, why would you think with a 2 micrometer particle, it's bad to nebulize?
Okay, because
we know it disrupts. We know that it disrupts the shell of bacteria and viruses.
Right. It will also disrupt. Yes, we know that. Right, we know that.
Yeah.
It will also disrupt proteins in the body as well. Right, it will disrupt proteins.
So in that sense, it's similar to an antibiotic in the fact that it kills all the bacteria, even the good bacteria.
In a sense, yeah. So you can't just be dispensing advice.
But here's the thing: is that people that are using this daily, their health is increasing, not decreasing.
So okay,
please explain why that is happening.
So that's
their immune system is getting better, not worse.
First of all, you have to remove the idea of something like chronic infections, and that's something to deal with. But I would say again, and this is why I stood up so strongly against Didier Raoult, because and this quinine, the idea of using quinines, okay? We know quinines work under particular circumstances for particular disorders, right? And we also know that there are adaptations to your environment. Taking in silver would be a heavy metal, right? It's a heavy metal. It's
It's not a heavy.
bioaccumulative.
It's not a heavy. It's not accumulative. No, I know this for a fact. I know this for a fact because when you look at the urine after the ingestion of a nanoparticle that's a silver with the 4 oxygen at the 2 micrometer
I'm
nano
not.
level.
So Donald Trump,
All
I'm
right?
not confusing nano silver with colloidal silver.
What are we talking?
I'll guarantee you this, right? Anything that gets into the body.
When you urinate,
just let Kevin go, Paul.
All right. I'm just saying that in the urination, it gets out of you're urinating it out within 12 to 24 hours, and that's already been proven.
Okay,
so it's not accumulating in your adipose tissue.
Okay, so once that it's in ionic form, okay, you just have to think of it as a charge carrying molecule, like any other metal. So sodium, potassium, all these things. Okay, it will.
Yeah.
But
you have a tetrahedral. You're a tetrahedral molecule. But go ahead. But it's an oxygen species. But it's an oxygen. It's an ROS. It's an ROS. It's an ROS. So when it's charged, it's an ROS.
It doesn't matter, right? Because it's still an ionic species of a metal, right? So you could make the argument that you could do mercury. So that's the argument for mercury. It's not thimerosal, right? They say that it washes out, right? Because it's a thimerosal type solution. It's made as a salt, okay, and it doesn't bioaccumulate. Is the answer? That's what the medics will tell you. We know. I'll pull papers up right now that we know nanosilver has potential dangers to it. It binds. It's protein binding. Okay, so in the same way that it activates viral protein and structure, it does the same intracellularly, extracellularly. Wherever it goes, it has the capacity to bioaccumulate. And so I would worry.
What's your opinion? For, because it's related. What's your opinion of C60 then?
I don't. So buckyball type therapies. I mean, I can understand why
you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. You can't eat your cake and have your cake and eat it too.
Right. So molecular,
because the mechanism that you're talking about is the same.
So when you break down carbon, right? So it doesn't matter. So fats is a good example.
You're not breaking down.
Well, it depends. It depends.
You're not breaking down. It doesn't break down. But go ahead.
So I could break down a buckyball by putting it in a flame, right? And it's going to oxidize. Right, that's what oxidation is, and oxidation happens in the body. It's
I know what oxidation is,
right? So
I understand.
Right, let's just take the floor for a second.
Okay, so anything that you do in your body is all about flow of ions, electrons, and that's an electrical system, right? And once you put metals in there, and before they would think that mercury amalgamides were okay because they weren't, and now we know that there's issues, right? And much like and Cheesy Rider is right, pharmacy is compromised between risk and benefit, and right now, much like we know people are taking hydroxychloroquine and all types of quinines right now because they think it's going to help them with respect to mixing it up with zinc and Z-Pak, right? How many people are stuffing that down their throats right now to the point where we don't know the follow-on consequences, right? And it's the same with antibiotics, where we thought we had a magic bullet 70 years ago, 80 years ago, but now we're kind of running out, and I would say we're doing the same thing again. And all these, look, the biochemists are very smart, right? And a buckyball was just a theoretical thing not so long ago, right? And they've managed to sort of make them, I guess. I'd like to sort of look at the mass spec.
But it goes back to Shilajit, I think is how it's pronounced. But which is used to detox the body with heavy metals. But in that is usually C60. All right, that's the main component that's in it. So they purified it, and they thought that the history of C60 is basically they thought it was going to be just a lubricant. And they were doing toxicology studies in mice, and they kept on pumping mega doses of this stuff in the mice, and they were comparing it to the control group that didn't get the mega doses, and the ones that were getting the mega doses lived twice as long. And then they started realizing it was an antioxidant, and it was able to neutralize the ROS. All right. So what was happening? What I know this. I know it's a fact. The point here is that, but it works better in the body than C70. It's C60 is the magic one. All right. Okay. But it goes all the way back to using Shilajit. So but what it does is it attacks these ROSs, the reactive oxygen species, that cause cellular stress. I take C60, all right, and I look pretty young for my age, all right, but C60 definitely provides another level of energy, and you don't feel as worn down. Let's say if you're doing a workout and you're building up all that lactic acid, and and your muscles are worn out, you take C60, your recovery time is faster. So it's
maybe.
It's very interesting. It's very.
Could you explain just maybe one sentence, if you could, what C60 is?
Okay, so it's a buckyball. Buckyball is C60 means carbon 60. So you have 60 carbons, and they're all connected together, and they almost look like a soccer ball. But because of the size of the molecule and how many carbons it has, it can kind of go and attack ROSs. These are the reactive species, oxygen species, why we take antioxidants. We take antioxidants like vitamin C to reduce ROS. Well, C60 is like vitamin C on steroids. It's like the Arnold Schwarzenegger of vitamin C, if you want to look at it.
And what is ROS? Could you explain that simply?
So basically your cells are producing oxygen ions. All right, or molecules that have a charged oxygen species. Well, what happens when you have an accumulation of that in your cell is your cell starts to age. You want to reduce that to prevent the cell from aging. So that's why people take antioxidants. Well, when they started finding out that C60 was a very, very strong, like 1,000 or 10,000 times more than the average antioxidant, then people were starting to say, well, this is not just a lubricant. This is something that could be used as a anti-aging type protocol.
I guess a comparison for metal
but the thing is,
like...
but here's the key. The key is you can't just eat the powder, because it's a powder. You have to dissolve it in an oil. It's lipid soluble.
It's not water soluble.
No. So what happens?
Soluble.
It's fat soluble. Or lipid soluble. So
lipid.
It's like a D3. It's like D3 is also lipid soluble. So vitamin C though is water soluble. So some vitamins are lipid soluble or fat soluble, and other vitamins or minerals are more in the lipid soluble phase. So, but for C60, it's a very, very, very strong antioxidant that I highly recommend. I take it as part of my anti-aging protocol.
I guess another way to think about it would be like in terms of metal, like iron rusting when it oxidizes.
Yeah,
iron's rusting. Yeah. You can kind of view it that way.
And
I mean, in a way, you can say your cells.
Or the rust, I mean.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it.
Yeah. So, but we would have to, like, this would be my scientific statement with respect to something like C60. So I'd want to see double-blinded studies with it compared to graphene, charcoal, coal, whatever other fat-soluble vitamin you want to think of. And all these things need proper testing, right? And so this is, again, you're getting into, I understand, you're in a medical situation, and you want, in some instance, you want some kind of product or engineering technology to get in there and stop the natural process, right? But we know that you can't stop aging, and we know that we know hormones run down, and there's a cycle to life that you can't buck. Excuse the pun, but you can't shift too much, because if you
Some people are trying to. I'm not going to say any names, because then we're going to go back over there. We're just trying to get away from there.
Here's I think here's the big point here is that it depends on when you start an anti-aging protocol, what kind of lifestyle you live while you're following the anti-aging
compound
protocol.
effect.
There is a huge compound effect. I started an anti-aging protocol when I was 16 years old because of the heart disease that ran on my mother's side. My brother died from heart disease, and I don't look 47. If I trained, I could easily train for an Ironman. But if I trained for it, I'm willing to bet that Dr. McCairn
get some kids then.
So but the point that I'm making is that I was lucky, and I accidentally found a book that started talking about anti-aging.
Yeah, what was this book name? Do you remember the name of this book?
I don't have it. I don't remember.
Okay, if you find it, you have to.
I bought it.
Tell it to me, and then I will share it in the comments, because I know people would be.
This is back
really
in
interested.
This is like back in 1980, 85, 86, 87.
Oh wow!
Do
you remember how old it was?
It was relatively new, but it was a soft cover.
80s.
It wasn't a hard cover. So, but it was, in the health section. But the bottom line is that there's so much new technology out. This was before C60 came out. The big thing in the book was, go organic, exercise, and take, higher doses of vitamin C and vitamin E and D, D3 and all this stuff. But then, you fast forward to where we're at now. We got PQQ, we got CoQ10, we have the NMN now. We have, high doses of selenium. There's an awful lot of research that's gone on with anti-inflammatories like turmerics.
Do you buy your C60 on Amazon?
I buy my C60 through Purple Power.
Purple Power.
That's the company.
Purple Power.
Yeah.
And you those other supplements you mentioned, selenium, you get those from the same place?
Selenium, I used to take a lot of selenium actually. I have selenium in my multivitamin now, so I stopped the additional supplementation of selenium. But it's in my multivitamin.
Yeah. And what does that do? Could you maybe you don't have to go into all of them, but maybe like 2 or 3 that people would remember easily.
Well, selenium. One is an antioxidant.
Yeah.
One is it's an antioxidant, and it actually helps with sperm count.
Yeah. So all the guys.
So you guys that you take some selenium, it'll help you.
Yeah.
Well, get some kids. That's what sperm's for. then maybe you'd be careful with that weapon as well. So
Kevin's got
but it's not just taking selenium. It's like stacking it with other things, and what you'll see is there a compound effect to make sure that your endocrine system is working properly.
Yeah, compound effect is powerful.
It's about.
Didn't Einstein say? Einstein said it's the most powerful force. Compound effect, was that Einstein?
Well, I thought the most powerful effect was just the power of women, but maybe I don't know.
You give too much power.
That was a little joke. The power of women is more powerful than the compound effect.
But when you combine them together,
so we can sort of speak about so there's synergistic properties, that's known in pharmacology, and we know that drugs become more effective when you sort of mix compounds.
So,
and,
Addy, I sent you a text, and
I saw that. You got to head out, right?
Bug out.
Yeah.
I have to bug out, but I can come back in if you're still on.
Okay. How long are you going to be gone for?
I'll be gone for about an hour.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be wrapped up before then.
There's lots of questions in the chat,
yeah, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll
I
see
mean,
how
you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll pop in, and if you're there, you're there. Okay.
Okay.
But
I
had this scheduled. Okay. But thank you for having me, and Dr. McCairn, I still love you.
Yeah, I love you too.
All right. All right. Bye bye.
See you later, Paul.
Bye bye.
Yeah, I was talking to actually I haven't told him yet, but there's this I don't want to say who it is, Kevin, but this guy, ex-military guy that I want to try to get on next week for the roundtable as well. But you were saying something just now, weren't
you? Just with respect to all these things with respect to healthy living, micronutrients, we all of course do what feels good, but if you sort of see the text, there's people saying that to someone again saying quinine and zinc, and if Didier Rouet is having his license pulled and the studies are not coming out, then I would say what works for one person might not work in another, and that's why we have triple blinded studies to we know how to handle this, right? It's just
definitely there's an individuality to everything,
Yes.
Yeah.
And the problem right now is that we don't have sufficient data right now to be, it's drastic enough that they've stopped countries in their tracks and made everyone sit in their house. And I'm, my, just see if I can, this is just lost to my advice would have been at the time, because my suspicion was that it was a laboratory strain of some form, that you have to treat it like a accidental weapons release of some kind, and that's an unknown quantity at this time. We don't know the how that plays out at a global level, because it's never been really tried before. We know pandemics have occurred and they can be quite devastating, and we also want to protect those that we care for, and that includes children to grandparents and great grandparents, right? So
let's just what if we did nothing? Like, say we did nothing, what do you think this virus would have done?
Who knows? It's unpredictable, right? And
look what it's done already, and with what we've done, I mean, I think it would have killed. Shoot, if we did nothing, like say this happened like 100 years ago, this virus, which of course would never happen, or it would have happened, which doesn't really it makes sense if you think about it, but I think it would have killed, like, I don't know, half the world, man. It was like, Spanish flu was like upwards of, I've read 200 million, but 150 million, 50 to 150 million is the range that I usually find when I'm looking at those numbers for Spanish flu. I think it would have done way worse than that, double that, at least. That's just my opinion. But
so our worst case scenario would have been the Spanish pandemic, or Spanish flu.
Oh yeah, no doubt, because of the fact that it ravaged young people's robust immune systems, and because they had those robust immune systems, they produced more mucus, and therefore more fluid to essentially drown in. But fortunately, it's not that bad, but it is more contagious, I would say, than the Spanish flu.
Again, I would say we can't answer those questions properly yet, right? So in some
you don't think it's more contagious than the Spanish flu?
Oh, I definitely think it's highly contagious. The problem is right now that
But more so than the Spanish flu.
we can't. I don't know if we can answer that because we've got conflicting data, and I know the study got retracted, but there was the study from some county in California where they did antibody testing, and they said that there was, hundreds of thousands were already connected, and the
Yeah, well, look at what Aussie said. Not really. World was not as connected. I mean, yes, that's true, but it still made it to like every big continent with populations, didn't it? Still made it to, and some people actually hypothesized it started in Kansas, even though I think it came from France. That's from what I read. It seems like it came from France because it moved
I blame
essentially.
Chinese every time. So
essentially came from World War One, the trenches. It came. I'm pretty sure it came from there, somewhere in France, and it moved with the armies. And of course, the story is the Spanish are neutral. The press could release that info, and they did, and that's why it was called the Spanish flu. But fortunately, this virus is not as deadly, but it is more contagious. This is my view on it. You don't think so?
We don't know that yet. No. So
when will we know that, Kevin?
We have to wait another year.
At least a year?
Yeah, we have to let the pandemic run its course, so we know that the statistics are stable. The problem right now is that allopathic medicine is a consensus field, and what it relies on is robust statistical analysis on large lengths of time. The problem is that the time window that we're operating with is very thin, because we don't, and we're saying it's somewhere between, so the primate studying is showing us that it's somewhere between SARS and MERS with respect to pathogenicity is a better way of putting it than lethality.
And MERS was pretty well contained.
Yeah, because it didn't have the infectious component. So
it was more deadly though, no?
I want to say, well, they contained it, but it had a high lethality rate. And don't ask me to pull the percentage out. I don't know right now.
I remember the deaths were it was like 484 deaths, I think.
It was minimal then.
Yeah.
So
35% mortality.
Okay, so
that's pretty high.
Yeah, that's very, very high.
That's dangerous.
Well, look, once you hit 1%, right, then that becomes a real medical issue. 1 in 100.
Oh, for sure.
Right, that overwhelms any sort of.
1 in 3. That's over 1 in 3.
Yeah, and we don't know that right now.
Camel
the problem
flu.
Is the issue that we're dealing with right now is the potential of multiple strains, and we're dealing with people that just think that there's no such thing as viruses at the moment. We need to get
including
that
quote unquote PhD imposters who I hosted on my COVID roundtable 2 weeks ago.
Right, and don't think that people aren't going to grift in this situation. That's what I've ended up doing, is not talking about what I'm comfortable doing, which is the neurological aspect. It's been about just trying to address fallacious science, and the problem is you get it into people's minds, and you saw it in the comment section already going, that we're locking and loading and getting ready to go. Okay, well, who you going against, right? And what you going against them with?
Right? Are you talking about Paul now, Kevin?
No, I'm talking about just the people in the comments,
okay.
right? There was sort of, there's people, there's a spectrum of opinion here, which is good.
Yeah.
And we have to do the statistics in a way that we can be confident enough in their predictive power, right? That's the whole reason for doing statistics, is it enables us to make predictions based on partial bits of the data that we're getting.
CV. What does CV mean by
coronavirus?
Okay.
So it comes down to the profile of the RNA. So flus. So you'll often hear them talk about H1N1, and the big difference is that one is a segmented RNA segment.
Single strand versus double strand, right?
I'm not even sure it's that, to tell the truth. I'd have to. It's not my area of expertise to go delving, but that's what I've had to be doing, and I'm straying outside my area of expertise to be addressing people's. And you can say that I am expert in my field, that what I did. There was no one else on the planet doing what I did, right? Or do. I mean, you don't stop being a scientist. It's a sort of philosophical training, but what I'm seeing is I'm seeing bad science being propagated right now, and bad science gets you to bad places, right? So you could make an argument. The big thing that comes up is eugenics. That's why people are worried about the vaccine, right? Because vaccines now aren't made like they were 30, 40 years ago, where it was eggs and albumin, and they're much more artificial. I know that's not the wrong word, but these RNA segmented viruses, they become problematic when we don't understand the response to them. And so the classic example would be HIV, right? So I can remember HIV coming onto the scene, and I can remember, I've seen the arguments for and against. Just there's someone in my comments. I don't know if that's sort of coming up on your screen, but
no.
Just a joke about statistics. I know that person's doing statistical courses right now. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing, as they say. Yeah, and so K Niven is saying, is it zoonotic? And right now, the evidence that's out there, which we have to go to, is that they would say that there is a natural zoonotic pathway for it. I'm not comfortable with that, because I can think of ways to get around that we spoke about earlier, right? The sort of shuttle proteins, and Paul touched on it.
Yeah, we did talk about that. Yeah, it can be. I mean, it's looking like it was obviously engineered, but at this point, it doesn't matter quite as much as other things. But I do think as time goes on, it will be a more and more pertinent question that must be answered.
And well, Jerry, once you start getting down this, trying to say that it's statistically impossible, I've had these discussions.
No, definitely not.
On
these things happen. These things happen in nature. They happen once or twice a century. Sometimes more. But the bad ones, less, like, bubonic plague, and it's just more. Every other time it was because it was zoonotic. This is pretty much the only time that I can think that it would be manufactured, or a possibility of it being manufactured by human minds.
Right. So in our recent history, there hasn't been a time that we had the ability to sort of get down to the molecular level, right? And we're just sort of finding out what that paradigm space is like. And so, with all good intentions, the US basically said, we're not going to do gain of function research About 5, maybe more than that now. I want to say around 2010, maybe. That was sort of in the discussion.
A decade
I
ago.
remember. Yeah. And so what happened? Well, in the context of the scientific discussion,
It got outsourced like everything else, right?
Yeah, and that's showing you that there's a problem, right? There's a problem of our philosophy of doing things, like the idea of globalism, whatever little hobby horse you want to ride in on. You can find elements to start picking at the fabric of everything, and we need to I would say our best chance of getting through this as I like that.
Hypnotic.
Yeah. The best chance of getting through this is to use the scientific method, right? And it's okay to start. I understand. There's a time when the drink is pushed off the bar and it's falling between the ground and the floor, and then the fist starts flying. And you could make an argument that we're in that microsecond pause. I would say we're not at that point yet, because I would say rely on the science that's already been established. That is, we understand what epidemiology is, or epidemic, what pandemic is. And so, a lot of the reason that I sort of went public the way I did was that I couldn't believe people weren't standing up and calling out the World Health Organization.
Yeah, right.
All these people.
That was mine too. I was like, dude, this is, I don't get this. Like, nobody is saying anything. I'm like, right? Dude, I'm not going down. I'm not going down on, on my knees begging. Like, no.
And this to me was just like, okay, that's it's, if you don't speak up now, what the problem is that we've let
well, the thing is, the WHO is not, that's a UN organization, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even American.
And well, the idea was it's become our League of Nations of the 21st century, right? That it has failed its job. No, you can't even say that it failed its job. They probably went in, and you've got I'm going to say it, you had diversity hires, right? So that Tedros individual, where are their publications, right? Look at the Surgeon General. Where's his publications? He's not there through military service, so he must have a really good civilian service. That must include research papers. Where are they? They don't exist. We do know he had an Eli Lilly fellowship, right?
What is that?
So pharmaceutical firm paid for his internship, presumably a hospital somewhere, but that's big pharma sponsoring a doctor, right? And then that
pharmacist. Right?
No, he's an anesthesiologist by training. And anesthesiologists can be we can't do much of our medicine without a good anesthesiologist. Okay, it's critical to modern medicine. I'm not saying it's not important.
But you're making the point that he's getting backed financially.
Just there's conflict of interest, right? Every time I publish a scientific paper, I have to say, do I have a conflict of interest in this data? Meaning, am I doing some kind of insider trading? Because scientific papers sway markets, right?
Oh yeah.
And I would sort of, the discussion came up earlier about there being sort of prosperity and kids sort of looking at their, let's say, their family silver getting, that's the wrong way to put it, but their chances seem less and less favorable when they look back to the previous generations. Okay, so I can remember a time when a single wage earner could maintain a house and pay a mortgage, right? And
This was something that I actually talked about a bit with somebody on my channel recently. This guy, Ryan Dawson, if anybody wants to check out that interview, but he was saying that he kind of feels bad for the millennials because they'll never own a house, basically, is what he said.
That's because there's the gaming of markets has taken place. So you're paying off ever more debt, right?
And
so then,
he's in his 40s, so, and he's saying this is what he sees, and he sees this kind of debt enslavement in teens in their teen years, and
I would
fatalism,
wipe it all out.
Philosophically, fatalism.
Yeah, a kind of nihilism, because you've taken that chance away from kids. Okay, and this is where the problem's starting to arise, because then you'll let the Andrew Kaufmans of this world get in and start spinning a tale, and it happened already. Okay, it happened with the diversity mongers and the gender studies creeps that got into institutes. Yeah, they are psychopathic, because
they're at least sociopathic. Like,
of course, sociopathic.
I mean, I don't like the administrations, man. Like, it's not the teachers, it's not the professors, it's the admin. Usually, obviously, there's an infiltration of Reds into academia in the humanities, especially less so in the hard sciences, I would say. But
it's happening, and like I say, the once the diversity hiring happened, and you started having men compete with women for those roles in what were sort of male-dominated professions, and be careful what you ask for in all these things. What seems like a good idea at the time, and you might be persuaded by rhetoric to go one way or another. Okay, and we as a culture seem to believe that the two income.
Okay, I know what you mean, Jerry.
The two income household was a good idea. Talk for out. He was doing it right. And look, you need to start shooting these people down, right? So when I see people arguing for a flat Earth perspective and it's a relativized perspective, right? It's a very specific form of argumentation that says you can't tell, because your own senses are a sort of limitation. And the breakdown, yes, was the CDC. Let's be clear. Partially,
definitely.
Partially, not all, and not all people in it either. And this is where
had to sneeze.
Yeah. I hear people coughing and sneezing in the background, dude. I hope the COVID's not.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll tell him to chill out.
No. It's not a problem for me, but people have to sort of get in mind of, like, when you want to fix something, right? Do you want to take the shotgun to your limb to cure the bacterial infection, or do you want something a little more sophisticated and planned out? And there, like I say, there are just way too many ways of
and I'm back, people.
Yeah,
it's time with light.
Yeah, you're sort of a floating head there for much of the
I didn't catch that, Kevin.
So you were much of a floating head. You were sort of decked out, and just a pair of eyes peeping
like
out
in Harry Potter or something.
People lose their credibility when they act like morons. Yeah, so I would put it down to a very particular. So if you young people, if they'd followed the sort of Gamergate fallout when that was going on, and and I used the example of Theodore Beale Voxday, who, in my opinion, has acted like a moron, right? And basically has tried
I'll
to
get one. I'm gonna get one.
strobe light, lava lamp, maybe.
Yeah.
Think of the seizure, but the bungling of having tests. The let me just finish my thought. I'll get to the test issue in a minute. But I think it's a classic example of where you, in the internet sphere, I'm sort of pointing at what I can think of in the sort of general culture, where you can see someone strategically make a mistake and run down a dead end, a tactical dead end. Okay, so by trying to sort of gin up a following and taking the extreme nationalist viewpoint, he basically used the, let's say, mass shooting, and the ideological viewpoint was that it's okay to go killing the children of your enemies.
Who's this again?
So his name, pull him up. His name is Theodore Beale. I'll send you the link, and we can all watch him.
Oh, that's right. He was talking about Teddy.
Yeah, and so he's acquired the name Teddy Spaghetti, and because he's just he got ripped apart by the internet, basically, as
it's also an Italian restaurant in Muskegon. Teddy Spaghetti's.
But this guy had an internet presence because of well, I knew him because of Gamergate, right? And he made out that he was this sort of force behind. I don't know if people remember what Gamergate was.
Do you want to explain it, Kev?
Well, so there was this view that gaming was sort of young lads' pastime, and there was a is that microscope behind me to your side? This thing, this printer. I do have microscopes. But, it's not so important. But the sort of contretemps around Gamergate was that it was used by the diversity mongers to sort of as a wedge issue, right? And it was sort of symptomatic of the time of, well, how can you sort of engage in critique, and particularly what would be considered politically incorrect critique, right? So you could make the argument that the feminists, or the feminist argument, as being part of the wedge issue used by those pushing the gender dysphoric argumentation of the past 50 years, used it as a thing to attack literally what was like this, you know, men had been pushed out and belittled out of everything else, and told and were basically told to sort of surrender everything that they had to allow
you know what I noticed too, Kevin, is just the medicating of little boys in terms of Ritalin and ADHD medicine, which I'm not saying Ritalin is not a tool that can be used in certain instances, but I do think that it's being overused, and especially on children.
Yeah, and look, I work in the field of attention deficit disorder. I've studied the networks. We developed primate models of these disorders, and the if it was my children, I would take them out of school before drugging them. And this is the issue with where we've rejigged society in such a way that you take the mothers out the home, and maybe when you had a sort of child that was, I was like that. I hated school. Didn't want to go to school. I'd rather just ride my bike and play football, even if it just meant kicking a ball against the wall by myself. I'd rather do that than, as a child, sit in classroom.
In the classroom, yeah,
right?
all day.
And The
Yeah, let's answer this question from Calm Creation, Kevin. Dr. McCairn, what would you start taking if you thought you were getting the CV, the Corona Chan, as they are calling it?
So I think I had it. I picked it up in Korea, and I just managed the fever, and I was left with sort of breathing difficulties, chest pain afterwards, and the whole spectrum of what I see as symptoms right now. And I haven't done anything more beyond the normal, I would say. And
hot soup, garlic.
when the fever was there, the only thing I can describe it like is so if you've ever had those severe norovirus which come on like a switch, and they're there for like 24 hours and it goes off like a switch, right?
I had this. Let me tell a story. Actually, what is it called, Kevin? A norovirus.
Norovirus, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I landed in Pisa, and I had a great flight. And Italians, like, they love to clap like at the end of flights for some reason. I don't know if it's just like any flight you land in Italy, like people just clap.
People just cheer.
Like when I got into Rome, people just started applauding. But I landed in Pisa, went to the hostel, dropped my stuff off, got food. Got a Peroni, got a nice beer and a salad and nice meal. I had dinner. I started drinking my Peroni upstairs, and yeah, man, I started just puking my guts out, and I got a fever the next day. I couldn't eat anything at all. The only thing I could eat actually was watermelon. That was the only thing I could eat, and
it come out half an hour later, right?
Yeah, everything else, man. Yeah, I couldn't eat anything, so I just slept. I just took medicine, and I felt bad because like the person who I was staying at, like their house, like they had to like take care of me essentially because I was out of it, bro. But it was only like 24 hours, and then I was good. I just slept, and yeah.
So I had that I was over a week.
Yeah, like so that's norovirus,
but severe fever without so much the digestive element to it, but the intensity of the fever was like that, and I would say it's probably the worst flu that I can.
And I do have an extended version of that story that I can tell at a later time. I won't tell it now though.
Well, all those stories get very colorful, right? And,
yeah, it gets pretty ridiculous. But yeah, I skipped to the relevant point. We're talking about the norovirus. But yeah, so what do you remember doing then, Kevin? Did you do anything, or you just like you just had a pretty good immune system? And you're just like
just taking
medication. Your body just dealt with it. Okay.
I was shaking, convulsing violently. Didn't know where I was.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
So you got delirious, like because of your fever?
Yeah, and just
that's happened to me a couple of times. I got this really bad pneumonia when I was 4 years old that I still remember, dude. It just fucked me up. I remember I was 4 years old, and I remember that one. And I also got mono when I was in college, and I lost 7 pounds. I couldn't even swallow my own saliva. My throat was like swollen shut. But I managed to get some pain medicine down me, which was great. And then I got some soup from the kitchen, and yeah, it was some of the best soup I've ever had, and it's some nice hot soup that I had. But yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of truth in proper chicken soup, bones and all, being a good broth to recover with. You can't, you have to get ill, right? So all these naturopaths saying being ill is part of the process of living, right? It's how you build immunity, and you have to sort of go through some, and that's why so people would probably say that I'm anti-vax, because I don't like this idea of just giving and I know mononucleosis sucks. I had it bad, and it gave me
it was terrible. It was not fun at all. At first I was like, this is just a flu. And then it just kept getting worse. And then it was like 36 to 48 hours of just getting worse. And I was like, dude, I gotta go to the hospital. Like, I'm so fucking sick right now. Like, yeah, it was one of those. Like, it was like, and usually I'm not one to go to the hospital for something like that, you know. But I was like, dude, I can't even swallow. So, yeah, fortunately, I got some medicine. But was it worse than mono? Would you say was the Corona chain worse than mononucleosis for Dr. McCairn?
So I had mono in university, and I got a very prolonged post-viral syndrome because of it. And at least I remember that being worse than the peak. Well, I didn't, because it just ground you into the dust, the chronic component to the viral infection. And the problem was, back when I got it, there was just the idea of chronic fatigue and stuff like that was just ignored. It was just
oh man, it makes you so tired. You can't do anything. Like,
and I remember just like showers being horrendously painful.
Oh yeah, like just to walk to the shower is like an achievement.
And didn't you say I had rabies? I had rabies vaccines, and someone asked me about chlorine, some chlorine mock-up. Again, I'm not going to be the one to push therapies or things to work, because literally you'll get someone, and you saw it as the chat was sort of streaming by when Paul was here, that was like, well, carbon, the C60 and silver didn't help me. And you'll always get that. And so I don't want to, my role is to talk about how to recognize poor science and poor procedure, so you're not making a methodological error in your reasoning, and you're not making the big deal is it's like category error. So you think you understand one thing, so you go and apply the same method to something else, or the same reasoning to something else, and because you think something is like something, that's a category error, right? It's a logical sort of fallacy. And
you try to apply a heuristic and it doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work. And so that's what I see happening right now. And so my sort of role in this has just been to...
You mean with the like ventilators? I think so.
Include that. You can include that, as well as, again, I would come back to the sketchy science being pushed on people, and I would also include
the snake oil salesmen and saleswomen.
Yeah, and the
since we're being gender nice or whatever the PC. Yeah.
But don't watch your
no,
speech.
you can't concede at all. You give them an inch, they'll go a mile.
Yep.
They'll go a mile and a half, and they'll go a kilometro. Like they'll go from here to Madrid. They go from Madrid to Tokyo.
Yep. And
and that's what the CCP is trying to do.
Yeah. And right now, I can sort of, well, and you could say that the mindset of, I choose my words very carefully here. The mindset of revolt, meaning revolution, occurs at many levels and is a constant in society. And there's people have different
but the thing is, though, Kevin, like I'm a young person compared to you, and like I would just like people in my...
So stop Addy. Denise, Iran City didn't have 5G. Okay, so get facts right. Okay,
Iran City. Does she mean Tehran by that?
Probably. So Qom was the biggest city, but you know what Iran had? Lots of Chinese going backwards and forwards.
Also, lots of dead people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But 5G was not involved in any of. It's not a factor in this current time or situation we're in.
I think people are making way too big a deal about it.
Yeah. And you've got to this is what I'm trying to say to people. You need to use the scientific
Could be a red
method.
herring, man. It could be
Yeah,
a
of
red
course.
herring.
Of course. And so when as soon as they went and burned cell phone towers in the UK, I was just like, oh, they did it again.
Yeah.
Right. They stupidly played into the authorities'
And
hands.
that's one thing too I want to explain to people is like and I didn't go off earlier or anything, but someone said to stick to science, but like the truth is science, right? So and that's what we're trying to figure out, and that encompasses many disciplines. It's a multidisciplinary effort, and because of that, we're going to cross over into the political, which it'll raise some eyebrows, so to speak. But it's something you got to do to get to the truth, regardless of what other people are saying or thinking about you. But what is this calm creation? Does mono cause EBV? What's EBV? I saw other people.
So Epstein-Barr virus is the what they think is the causative agent to mononucleosis, right?
Oh, okay.
And
it's transferred primarily via saliva, right?
So
I'm assuming that's how I got it.
Yeah, they call it the kissing disease, right?
Yeah.
So
it's like the freshman dorm disease.
And so the point of science is to get to causal mechanisms, right? And different disciplines have different ways of doing it, and different parts of the so the Beto-Chicon, I think 5G did weaken people of Wuhan's immune system. You've got no proof of that. That's nonsense. Okay. And
how can you say it's nonsense though, Kevin?
Because I would just tackle it straight from the physics perspective. So what's the power of the 5G? Okay. So everyone will get scared about frequency. Okay. But you're surrounded by microwaves all the time. Right. And it's just so people will say, well, it's being focused on you with your phone and 5G phone, but it's a relatively low power, right? So in the milliwatt range, and you have to say that, well, that doesn't even penetrate.
It's pretty high frequency though.
Yeah,
and
it is,
but it's lower range because of that, and that's why they have to install so many of these signals, these antennas, right?
Yep. And so it's the inverse square law applies, and
could you explain that, Kevin? What's the inverse square law?
So the distance you move away from it gets proportionally weaker as you sort of move away. So
okay.
So I think that's, rather than sort of delving into the
that's a pretty good explanation.
I would just say encourage people to look at what the inverse square law is, and you can't. I've spent a career virtually stimulating the body and nervous system, and it's very, very difficult to do things, even though in theory you think it should work. It often doesn't. And so and it's a very, very narrow window of frequency and current or voltage, depending on which parameter you want to use, and where it gets that's a perfectly good example of inverse.
Yeah, light diffusion.
And the difficulty with dealing with 5G is because it's people think that it's a sort of technical unknown, right? Microwaves.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the EMF spectrum, and
it's a good.
Then we can look at it and just take a peek and maybe go through it a little bit.
Anthony Johansson, but it hurts older, weaker people. You mean the 5G? I don't want some more wind blowing wind. I want data. Yeah, let's see data, please. And the Catherines and Ikes.
Oh, you're looking at the comments right now, Kevin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the
oh, this is a good one. I found a pretty good picture. Get a little. Yep.
Right. So
yeah, it shows the ionizing and non-ionizing as well.
Right.
Extremely low frequencies, AM frequencies, right? So the old people radio, as some people would call it. You get the FM, right? So a little faster.
Yeah.
Cell phones, microwaves. So the 5G is like right by the microwaves, right around there. Yeah.
Yeah. And everyone will think, does anyone know the cancer rate?
Look at that TV remote's infrared. Yeah.
Yeah. But you know, it's light, right? That's how you have to think of it. So and radio is light, and as a form of light, much like ultraviolet. And you know,
whereas gamma rays, you would die in a matter of seconds.
Yeah. And that becomes what we call ionizing radiation. So that means it basically, so this is what I was talking about.
This is where it gets lethal.
Yeah. And so
you want to go into this, Kevin? Well, I'm going to step out for a second.
Sure. So currently, any energy. So I'll give credence to the 5G warriors right now that, of course, any energy source which you can direct at the body, you of course want to understand. No, he had another appointment to go to, and the I forgot what I was saying with as I answered that question, but I was speaking about the power of the energy source that's coming onto you is more critical than the frequency, if you like. So this electromagnetic spectrum generally is around you all the time, right? It's just you're shielded somewhat from it, and you don't, you know that you're gonna, if you stay out in the sun all day, you're gonna have problems. But some people can stay out in the sun much longer than others. Okay. And we also know that if you don't get enough sun, it causes problems as well. And I would just make the argument right now that you have to prove to me a scientific level that the I can see 5G being used neurologically. So, well, explain yourself, Jerry, because you know, what do you mean? And so, look, it already exists in a weapon form, right? And the Raytheon the Raytheon system, the crowd dispersal system, okay, is it exists. It has existed for a long time, and not that canard as well. You know, that's not true with the radio station. You know, if you want to look at radio stations, etc., and where the flu came from, you know, these are just they're if you want to break them down, those are false news, if you like. If you want to sort of look at the nuts and bolts of it, and you know that you're surrounded by still use high voltage radio from magnet fields, which can produce scalar fields if done. Right. Okay. So you want to speak about the physics and scalar fields, and so you have to speak about the standing fields, the the frequency that you're putting in, what is the most amount of energy from this spectrum you've needed to use to get results from directly stimulating the brain without the skull in the way. So depending on location, to get efficacious effect, we usually want to say around minimum 2 to 4 volts, and I would say in monkey in the current range, couple of milliamps, I would say.
And where do you put the suction cups? Like on their temples, right?
You mean to do the stimulation? So
Yeah.
Majority of the time, I would just put probes in directly into the brain and stimulate neural networks that way.
While he's unconscious.
No, awake.
Oh, really? Dang.
Yeah. Because you want to be able to check the behavior, right?
Yeah,
your best indicator of state is behavior. Right?
But like what I'm saying is, how do you probe it? Like, how does that work? Like, what function do you, or what like tool do you use?
So we use a process called stereotaxic functional surgery. So basically, the sort of anatomical structure of the bony part of your skeleton, and we know that we can put it in specific planes, and so you can sort of take a pivot point with the ears, and you can put a bar under your jaw. This is how we do it in monkeys. I mean, it's got more sophisticated than that, but this is so that holds. Once you've got the ears in and the bite bar in, that holds the brain in a fixed position, and then relative to that position, you can start introducing probes into the brain, because you've got a rough idea from anatomical studies where you sort of slice through the brain. You know that you're going to hit particular structures, okay, relative to the outside, the bony structure of the skull, okay, and it worked very well for rodent anatomy. The problem is, as you get to primate, the expansion of the cortex makes it a bit more hit and miss. Okay.
Does it stick through the bone itself?
When you're doing the stereotaxic frame? No. So it's just well, it depends how you want to do it, but the way I would do it, which is the most simplest way, is so you're using ear bars which just go in your ear holes. You push them up tight against the
eardrum.
Not the eardrum, but just the bone of the skull.
Right? Oh, okay. Yep.
Right. So if you're ever in a fight,
and then you pulsate.
No. This is just to do the surgery for implantation to allow us access to the brain. Right.
Okay. Gotcha.
So once I've positioned equipment on the outside of the brain, so I probably just, rather than me speaking about it, in this case, a picture is worth 1,000.
Yeah, definitely. I think you can actually share screen on there, Kev. It'll pull up on mine though, on the bottom there.
I can, yeah.
But yeah, we're looking at this EM spectrum here, and I remember actually learning about this in physics and physical science as well. So I actually took 2 classes, and he's probably perhaps the smartest teacher that I had, even in college. But I had him in high school, and he taught me about the EM spectrum a little bit.
And it's a hard thing to sort of wrap your head around. I mean, if someone asked me to derive Maxwell's equations, right, I'm not doing that. I sort of have an intuitive feel for electrical current, if you like. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand the big picture without being able to do the calculations.
Yeah, and so I was put it in the context of I don't know the chemistry to drop forge chrome vanadium, but I know how to use a spanner, right? Which is what spanners and screwdrivers are made from, right? If they're good ones. And the same with whatever scientific discipline you use, you sort of take a mismatch of stuff or techniques, and you sort of build a discipline out of it. And I need to find different PowerPoint. Hang on a minute.
Thank you so much for everybody tuning in. This is our COVID Scientist Roundtable with Dr. Kevin McCairn. And Dr. Paul Cottrell was with us earlier, and he actually will be joining us in about 6 minutes here. If anybody wants to stick around for that. We got some long questions here. Is it Ham 1, Level 1 tag? They want us to never hold our transceivers.
Let me just go to the
EMR.
bathroom, dude. And wait, I need to.
Yeah, go for it, Kevin.
Share screen. Wait a sec. And
great stream, gents. We're all sucking in these frequencies, lol. We are the monkeys, he says.
Yeah.
Bees hate it, which sucks since they are precious for fertilization. Thank you so much. Ebostain.
Wait a second.
60 gigahertz.
Yeah, so I'll bust all that apart for people. Just hang on a second. Let me bring up the picture I wanted, and then let me
yeah, go for it, man.
Bathroom and
I'm gonna pull up the.
Do you see that
on this? Oh, give me a sec. Did you share it?
Yeah. And Tweety Bird, I'll deal with you when I get back, fucker. So give me a second, and I'll be back.
Can you send it in the chat there? Actually,
did I not share screen?
Yeah, I can't see it.
Wait a second. I'm not getting. Oh, yeah. I sorry, it's my fault. So I think you should be able to see it. So you can see my thing.
Scientist Roundtable.
So you can see that the option is to, in the bottom, you have to control that, but it's down there to share screen.
Oh, I see it now.
Right.
Oh, wow. Then we have the cortical basal ganglia tower. Dude, that is trippy. Thank you for tuning in, Cheesy Rider, wherever you are. Thank you, Kong Creation. We do appreciate you. We need to read. Yes, we all need to read, don't we? Negative effect. Yikes. What are you referring to, Calm? Repeaters everywhere? Yeah, the 5G repeaters. Looks like Nancy Pelosi. Oh, man. No comment. No comment. Waffle. What does this mean? I don't know. This makes me wants to go to IHOP. You know what I'm saying? Anybody feeling that? Matches your description. You know, video else. Where are you guys all from? Put in the comments below, guys. I want to know where you guys are tuning in from in the world. Where in the world are you right now? We are live on Addy Ads' channel, Anakin Skywalker, YouTube's chosen one. This is the COVID Scientist Roundtable. Today, Saturday, the 25th. We thank you guys so much for spending your Saturday night / Sunday morning with us. wherever you may be. We got Honolulu, Hawaii. I actually went to Hickam base once. That was the weather there was beautiful. I want to go back. San Diego. I was in San Diego actually last summer. Chicago. Oh yeah, Midwest. Ireland. Boca Raton. Word. I actually have been there as well. I've been there as well. I have been to Florida. San Diego. I had a great time in San Diego too. That was cool. Oh, I already did, you didn't. Connecticut. I have never been to Connecticut.
Can you hear me, dude?
Yes, sir. Oh, we got someone from Sweden. I actually met some ladies from Sweden when I was in Canada last year. So that was cool. Wyoming. Okay. I've driven through there. We did stop, but we didn't stay very long. Wait, no, forgive me, guys. Wait, let me look this up.
Yeah, so where's that tweety fucker? Right? Explain yourself.
So we got Albuquerque. Shout out to Breaking Bad. Norway. I've never been to Norway, but I am half Nordic, believe it or not, guys. I don't know if you can tell that by looking at me, but I am half Nordic, racially speaking. Pittsburgh. Oh man, I'm a Packers fan, so you guys, Steelers, one of those NFL dynasties for sure. But we did beat you in that 2010 Super Bowl. East Coast, Central Florida. Yeah. I drove from the Keys to Chicago, believe it or not, and stopped at St. Louis. Means the speaker right, especially at great length, without saying anything important or useful. Explain how Dr. Kevin is waffling. Oh.
Yeah,
no, don't do that yet. Wait, I guess still got some more. I'll let you. Okay, this Dana is from Kansas. Awesome. I've been to Kansas before. Massachusetts. I've been to Boston Logan Airport, but that's Massachusetts. No, I have been to Boston. Excuse me. That was no, that wasn't Boston. That was New Hampshire. I haven't been, guys. Sorry, I've only went to the airport. Hell, okay. This guy's laughing. Swedish pancakes. I just love Dr. Kevin's personality. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I really appreciate it. Miami. Yes, I've been to Miami Beach. That was cool when I went there. Yeah, Miami Beach was fun. Beautiful weather there. I went there March the 18th of 2018, actually. Now I'm super hungry for waffles. Did I watch the NFL draft? No, I didn't. Did you? Did anybody watch it?
Was there even a draft? I would have.
You guys don't want waffles? Quebec. Oh, we got a Canadian in the building. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay, we got some people that don't like waffles watching, but that's okay. What do you guys like to eat then? Do you guys don't like waffles? Dude, I love a big breakfast from Denny's or IHOP, but I'd much prefer Denny's. She got more memories for me, Okay, we got someone from Charlotte, North Carolina. I have never been there. Have I been to North Carolina? No, I haven't. Never been to that state before. I've heard it's cool, though. Pride and circuses. Yes, Denny's. Oh yeah, Denny's is the best. Oh, breakfast food is the best. Breakfast is my favorite meal of the day. So I don't know what you're talking about, Lufa. Oh, nice. You got a little optical illusion going there.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, the refresh on it. It's slow.
Muddy fun stuff.
Are we waiting for something? Or?
Oh no, I was just going through where everybody was from. Where am I from? I'm from the Midwest, guys. The Midwest. Best in the Midwest. But let's go back to this EMF spectrum, shall we?
Do I need to switch off screen share?
No, you can keep it on there if you want.
I probably need to just have it.
Yeah, let me just text Paul. It's like on you know that you watch the Joe Rogan Experience, right?
I do. Yeah, when I can.
I can't. That one white guy though. He's like in his 40s. He always shows up late.
Which guy?
That's like Paul. I don't know. I can't remember his name. I never can remember his name.
Oh, I know who you mean. The gay dude.
Oh, is he gay?
He comes off like a mincer to me. Brian Callen.
Yeah. I think he's a comedian.
Maybe. I don't know. Well, you know what? He's quite sort of. He's got good sort of general knowledge and.
Oh no, not Eddie Bravo. Eddie Bravo's the Chicano guy. Canadian people are the noble ones. Breakfast for dinner, yes. I never mind that. Sometimes I'll have dinner for breakfast, dude.
Just beer.
It's been hot in SoCal. Yeah, I'm jealous. It has been really nice, dude. And that's actually one thing that I was going to mention earlier, but just with regard to the air quality and what Italian scientists have allegedly found, of course, that this has to be verified by other studies. It could be, again, it could be a red herring, man. That's the thing I hate about this is like, it could be completely scientific truth, but it could be a red herring. And that's another huge factor that I think is being overlooked is the air quality. And just speaking on the air quality here in Oregon, it is really great. Like I'll go outside for a walk every day, and I try to go for like an hour at least, and it just smells amazing, man. Like the trees here, they have these big, huge, like pines, and I don't even know what these other big ones are called, but they got the redwoods though, somewhere in the PNW, not here, but yeah, really good air quality here. And Italy, especially northern Italy, does not have good air quality. In fact, they have quite a bit of pollution. So I do think that is a factor that was being overlooked as well. If you were in a situation where you had like a smoggy environment, it could be really a witch's brew, as you might say.
And you've got to keep in mind everything's trying to wear on your system, right? So when the snake oils men are pushing their stuff, they push it out with something that's approximating sensible facts, right? Eat clean, take your vitamins, eat your fruit, and I would never sort of argue against that. What I would say about these people is that they're taking
Arkansas.
common sense.
Never been there either. I would like to go though.
Hot Springs National Park.
Where's that? Western Cedar. Where's that?
That's type of tree, dude.
Oh, I was like, what? Douglas fir Western cedar? I never heard of that place.
The sequoia, though, aren't they called sequoia trees? The
Sequoias,
really big ones?
yeah.
Yeah. So
Bill Clinton country. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Scrape of Parmesan on toast. Yeah, man, I like that. I love that. Anthony Patch. I don't know who that is. Do you know who that is?
No, but we can look it up. So, I would just use this time right now just to, because we're probably pulling people in, is just to say, look, these cranks are, they're spinning you a tale, and all of them have books to sell you, right? Or something to sell you. Okay. So you've got to keep these people in mind. So let me just, if there's another, so, the latest one for me was that this guy, so he's doing the news. I saw him sort of pop up onto my radar. The screen is sharing, right?
Yeah, you're good there, Kev.
So this guy is just speaking gobbledygook to you, and don't, there's no need to buy his books. We can break it down in a couple of seconds of what he's saying, and you're just falling for a sales pitch when they're trying to push their
some snake oil going on here, guys. You gotta be on the lookout. Stay vigilant, as
yeah,
as one would say. Someone.
So who's the other one? Rashid Buttar, right? So
Buttar, you know, we could bring up his files as well if you'd like.
Yeah.
Do you want to pull those up there, Kev?
Sure. Let's.
Kernel of truth and a kilo of BS. Ain't that the truth? Tack for alt. Let's pull this up.
And let's. Well, we can just go to his. Is that a wiki entry? Rashid Buttar, Wikipedia. So I would just encourage people to read this and go to Quackwatch as well. But he's been up on numerous lawsuits. He is so he attended Washington University, graduating with a degree in biology and theology. He earned his degree in osteopathy at Des Moines University. Okay, so osteopathy is not. It's more like sort of chiropractic, I guess. Is but maybe there's a different designation in the American. So osteopathic medicine. So, there are many requirements for accreditation. College have a clearly defined mission, and
here, let me pull up his files.
Yeah, and just sort of break down his credentials. That's the first thing to do. So to be an osteopath to me is like the equivalent of being a chiropractor, and but he makes claims about doing he was in the military. I'm not sure if that's true or not.
So here we have him. This is from Stephen Barrett, MD. This is 2009, so this is over a decade ago. That's mind-blowing to me. Yeah, so he diagnoses nearly every patient he sees with heavy metal toxicity. He's facing 2 complaints that accuse him of exploiting a total of 8 patients. One complaint accuses him of charging cancer patients exorbitant fees for worthless tests and treatments. The other complaint, shown below, accuses him of mistreating 4 patients whom he falsely diagnosed with mercury toxicity. Buttar operates the Center for Advanced Medicine and Clinical Research in Central North Carolina. He's also chairman of the American Board of Clinical Metal Toxicology and president of the North Carolina Oh, shout out North Carolina. We got someone from there tonight. Integrative Medical Society, the ABMCT, which is not recognized by the American Board of Medical Specialties, quote unquote, certifies chelation therapists.
So this.
So look at this. We got the North Carolina Medical Board versus Rashid Buttar. Notice of charges and allegations. So listing his practice of medicine in North Carolina. And he is still there to my knowledge, because it seems like all these documents mention him in North Carolina. But he treated this minor child with autism who resides in Michigan without even seeing him. But he sought treatment for metal toxicity relative to their child's autism.
And so that will come from, he will be on the sort of anti-vax bandwagon, right? And then he'll start saying that there's it's the mercury in the thimerosal, it's called.
The snake poison.
And the big pharma.
So we got another one. Look at this. North Carolina Medical Board versus Rashid Buttar, respondent. So look at all these diagnoses of various cancers: cervical, ovarian, adrenal cell cancers, colon cancers.
So he was claiming that he could treat those cancers with.
Yeah. So they've been verified to have these cancers. He claims to treat them. A, B, C, and D succumbed to the cancer. So what happened to the ones that didn't? Because there was one that stopped getting treated by him, and actually got better when they stopped getting treated by him, he claimed, and sued him after that. So he actually ended up beating the cancer.
Yeah, I mean, it does happen, right? It's not a death sentence.
Yeah, definitely, which is great, because unfortunately, people do die from cancer, and I actually have an aunt who died from pancreatic cancer. So these things happen.
I'm sorry for sandpapering my arms. I do tend to
sandpapering. Oh,
I rub my arm.
You're looking at
right,
the comments.
and
you doing the Mr. Burns hand rub there, the Birdman hand rub there, Kevin?
No, I'm feeling my rippling muscles beneath my layer of flab. So, I mean, the point being that when people are bringing these comments forward, right? So it's the 5G, it's this, it's that. You are going to come up against the facts of the situation at some point, right? You're going to have to be asked to demonstrate it, right? So why was I studying what I did with respect to the monkeys, right? And it's because we were trying to investigate something called deep brain stimulation, right? Which was this technique which, clinically worked for the Parkinson's conditions, okay? And then people were touting it as a miracle cure for neuropsychiatric disorders. And the jury's still out on whether you can really use deep brain stimulation for that, or whether we can even make enough inference about brain state just from the electrophysiology that we're able to tap into and the models that we use for defining these disorders, right? So it took 20 years just to answer the question, is it a viable therapy for Tourette's and motor tics, right? That's the one question that I was, sort of able.
Isn't it used for depression as well?
So the FDA trials were abandoned. So it didn't pass the waypoint. So there was 2 device manufacturers, St. Jude they were called, and Medtronic, and this came out of Emory University, and I've forgotten her name now. I should know it, but basically, the whole point of, they thought they had good targets with respect to imaging, and it didn't work. And we had to say it doesn't work, right? But in the few instances it was tried as like a sort of trial study, off-label study, that would be called. And Torchify is correct. If it was 5G, wouldn't all animals be getting sick in the same way? And that's true. And it failed. So these are things that we can check. So it tells you that at some level these things do work, right? And the failures get recognized too. The brain stimulation, and maybe they've tried to think of new sites, but it's not approved for depression. Depression is too complex a disorder to deal with, and it's very unlikely that we can sort of pick one target where the stimulation can be efficacious, right? And that's the problem with thinking that we just respond to electrical fields, right, in a stereotype manner, right? Because people are going to get into their heads, well, we understand that there's some there's some component of biology that's electrical, okay?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And so we must respond to electrical fields. Helen Mayberg, that's her name. But she got years of funding out of pushing this line of reasoning, and again, I would say diversity hire gone wrong. And it got caught up in the clinical trials, thank God. But when they were getting taken out this evening,
The old people. Pretty funny.
So people see the screen that I'm looking at right now? I'll be sharing screen.
Oh, I can pull you up. There you go.
So I'll put it in the chat. I don't know if my restream goes into this, does it? Right. So I'm pasting stuff.
Worst.
Wait.
Roommate won't stop bringing guests over. We've asked, got into arguments, but he won't stop violating quarantine. How can we get him to stop? Let's see the comment. Start a fire claim, insurance payout for hotel coverage. Live alone in hotel, win-win. Funny.
So that's I don't know if you can see that, dude. It's not coming up, right? Wait.
I see the depression treatment article.
Oh, okay. So I put a link for it, but it's obviously my restream's not going to work. So now we think that brain-derived neurons, this serenic receptor is connected to happiness, and the dopamine is merely indirectly stimulating mu opioid receptors for pleasure. So yeah, with moving along with respect to dopamine now, but you have to remember that paradigms take a while to shift in science, but they shift slowly and they die with the people at the top, basically. And we recognize that.
Does this happen historically?
What'd
you say?
So I was responding to a comment about dopamine.
Okay.
Right. So dopamine has this critical role in the neurosciences, and the reason why is because of the condition of Parkinson's disease, because there was something that we could tie to a physical degradation in the brain to an overt clinical condition, Parkinson's disease. And so the clinical manifestation of Parkinson's, as you recognize it in old people or someone like Michael J. Fox, is the loss of dopaminergic neurons or innervation to the midbrain and forebrain and the basal ganglia and cortex. And you are being, as you die, the compensatory mechanisms in the networks will cover for the fact that you can lose up to 80% of your dopaminergic innervation before the motoric symptoms of Parkinson's really begin to sort of take you. And, there's other factors that come into that. So, I notice, so the opposite side to where I've hit my head, I'm getting, I can feel like a sort of Parkinsonian wobble coming in, but it's just on one hemisphere, on the side that I hit my head. And so these things play into the long-term the long-term outcomes of your life trip, if you like, right? So and right now the thing that, or when I started my career, the thing that got the money and it still does, is geriatric medicine, because old people have money and they are somewhat afraid to die. We all want to live to a ripe old age, and we want to see our kids grow up, and you want to see your grandkids. These are all very strong motivating factors, and you will and loved ones as well will do anything to keep parents around, etc. Okay, so the what they found was that they could, in Parkinson's disease, you could go in and you could burn out an area of the brain, which was what we understand as the output nucleus of the basal ganglia, which is GPI, globus pallidus internus. And this procedure, called a pallidotomy, would restore function in Parkinsonian patients, and it would remove a lot of the tremor frequencies that you see. So Parkinson's is, it's called that sort of pill rolling motion, and you see old people have it, right? And then you get bradykinetic, and all these things start happening.
It starts shaking, like physically trembling.
And that's a consequence of the dopaminergic pathways dying back, and the interplay between two opposing pathways through these networks. Right? That would be the sort of classic description of these disorders. And so in Parkinson's, one pathway becomes overactive, and then the thinking was that in hyperkinetic, so things like Tourette's, the other pathway was hyperactive. Right? That's the way to think of it. And just depending on which pathway was active would depend on the cortical excitability that you would get. And that paradigm stuck around for a very long time, and it's still prevalent now because it's such a powerful way of sort of decomposing all the elements that make up a brain to make a functional architecture of which you can ask questions. Okay, so you can't just throw stuff out, right? You have to test everything. This is why I say you need the scientific method. And so when I'm watching people just, when they're walking through a minefield, right? And it's a minefield and they might not, right? It's behoven to you to tell that person, stop, right? Don't move. We need to get you out of a minefield, right? And so the reason science takes time is because we have to be thorough in removing the causal nature of specific elements in any equation or complex system. Okay, and it's why we don't have do we live in the Star Trek future? In a way, you could say we kind of do, and that becomes a very another tricky minefield, a metaphysical minefield in which you need to sort of orientate yourself. And we need to. Can you hear me? Sprint said the tower is safe and operate well below federal safety limits. Anyway, plans to move to a new location. Are we gone? I don't know if I'm speaking to anyone right now, so You have to tell me.
I am back, people. Looks like Kevin. Oh, I'm right here, guys. Don't worry, don't worry. Kevin's here too.
I don't know what.
Addy's not gone.
I don't know if I was dropped out or not. I didn't get any.
Oh, I pulled myself out. I don't know why you pulled out. I was just shutting the window.
I couldn't.
My neighbors are being really noisy.
Okay. I couldn't see if I was speaking to the void or not, and so I just pulled out. But you know, what I would sort of pull back round to is, you know, because you have to. So the way I'm sort of speaking to people, I'm going out on sort of very long tangents that require people to hold concentration for a long time, and there isn't no easy bite-size chunks that we can take of this difficult conversation if you want to get to the very bottom of it. Okay, and that, you know, and like you said, there's lots of overlapping spheres right now because the system is very much in flux, and a good metric to think about is just the complexity of the brain, right? We know that there are a lot of overlapping systems, and then those overlapping systems have to engage with the body as well. So there becomes this brain, mind, body problem, and it's a big philosophical question to answer properly. Okay, and I'm, you know, I can try to yeah, they are all connected in one way or another, and so you'll get mathematicians speaking about higher dimensional spaces and all things like that, and you know, that's one way to approach the problem. And the metal in their mouth since they installed those boxes on the telephone poles. Well, you know, it doesn't mean that they're it's the 5G doing it. And again, you know, you can test these things. Okay, so you can get a Gauss meter, and you can get, you know, microwave readings, the energy level that you're receiving, and you go around testing it, and then try shielding. Right? Literally, of course, you need to shield the whole body, right? Because you don't know where the sensitive region is, but you need to, before jumping to conclusions, a metallic taste in the mouth could be lots of things, right? And it could come even down to a filling breaking down, right? And
could be your water too if you're not filtering your water.
Yep. And quinines treat liver, and best natural treatment for liver is milk thistle. It treats anxiety like cold showers, and dandelion has mild similar effects. Again, you know, I'm not going to go into this clinical sphere of coming up with the witch's brew that's going to deal with this virus. That's not what I'm trained for. You know, my job was to pick out the neurological aspect to it, raise the red flag there, which I did, and I did it in as quick a fashion as I understood how to. And I could have written a small impact paper, but it was such a cursory observation of anecdotal data that I couldn't, to submit a paper would require lots of it requires usually lots of data, and maybe you could write a sort of conjecture paper, but under the circumstances, it seemed to me that the best thing that I could do to sort of get the idea out that there's a neurological component to this disease, which you're not hearing the other cranks talk about yet because they don't understand that, right? They see an opportunity with a sort of viral pneumonia and are running with it, and using the same tired out arguments that come from naturopaths and or anyone, but anyone that's sort of maintaining an eye on the situation and looking to take advantage. So that's where I said that right now, if you might think that you're in some way acting at a conscious level, but in some way there can be elements pushing you to guide you to do stuff, which is how I try to approach the neurology component. Okay, so I had through just inducing it mechanistically, an acute eye for seeing those behaviors in the lab that usually only a few clinicians everywhere would sort of see in their lifetime. And so the numbers are ramping up. So once the 20% number was reached with respect to the closed cases, right, that hasn't budged. If you just scroll down a little bit, Addy, right, it's fluctuated around 80-20, right? So people might know the 80-20 law of predose distribution, and that's, you're kind of seeing that play out here, right? And 20% of population are always doing the majority of the work, in this case dying, right? So the work in this case is making the boundary condition jump to the to being alive to dead, or that the consciousness has left to another metric, or whatever you want to sort of speak about it. And and it slows down over the weekend, you'll notice. And if we could get, so I don't know if Horatius is still with us, but if he is, he's the statistician.
Yeah, that's one of your guys, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yo,
and
look at our deaths though. Look at that. That's almost Spain and Italy combined.
Yeah, and the thing is, most of that is in. You've got to think most of it is in New York, because it's so. That's the real hotspot you have, right? And there's no. And like I tried to sort of argue earlier, was that there's no way of really getting. We need more data, right, to get through the current impasse, if you like, right? And so there are scientific methods, and well, hang on a minute. I'm just receiving data with respect to Andrew Kaufman, and let me just screen sharing is off, right? Yeah, let me just I don't know if I'm going through just my thoughts and something much. I'll send this to you, dude. I'm not opening it, but you can have it.
You can just share the screen there, Kevin. I think.
Yeah, it's just files I don't want to open right now, and
oh, okay, word. I got you.
But I'll try and get them to you somehow. Yeah, I'm this Andrew Kaufman is sketchy. Sorry about this. I'm just getting new information, and I'll send you the data, dude. I've seen enough to know what I'm dealing with, and what I would hope is that people can sort of do I shoot a bow, Kevin? Yeah, I do. I shoot all kinds of things, and
You ever been hunting, Kevin?
Oh yeah, of course.
What do you hunt?
Anything, wherever I could shoot.
You ever been whitetail hunting?
Yeah, I've shot deers before. So.
Whereabouts?
In the UK.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
So we had you can. I don't want to say now because just the gun laws are stupid. So, but I grew up around guns, proper guns, and I know how to use them, and that's why I understand, probably the elements to the equation that you don't when you speak to most sort of countries. And Horatius has responded. So from Portugal, excluding COVID deaths, we have a 5% spike at all causes, right? Postmortems being done, right? That should worry you people, right? 5% is not insignificant, right? And we know that there's a 6,000 extra deaths last month above the 5-year average in the UK. That's a lot, right? So it tells us something is going on, and we need to address this issue in as cogent manner as possible. And throwing your rattle out the pram doesn't help too much right now. I would say you're going to you're going to get unstuck, and this idea of thinking you're going to have a tea party moment right now, you're not in the 1700s anymore, right? It's different, right? That you have to which is in parts of New York City on September 26th, today the carrier announced. So they haven't even turned on 5G in UK has very bad numbers. Yeah, we know this, and that's what you get for jumping into bed with Chinese. Well, you don't know what they are, right? Ambiguous sometimes when you look at them. So I guess the point I want to get to is I'm seeing a situation very much in flux, and as being ahead on these statistics and the elements of this disorder, I would just ask that people put a bit of trust in the judgment that I have shown, and we go from there, right? First of all, we have to reach a consensus about what's going on, even if the approach that Paul is taking, that you're going to you need to light the touch paper, right? Okay, the pendulum might be swinging in that way, but we need to know where on the stroke the pendulum is, right? And I would make the argument that we don't know right now. And
I just want to give a shout out to Yuko SKV Art for giving me a tweet on Twitter.
Okay.
New Era. Looks like I don't know if it's Japanese or Chinese, but it certainly looks like kanji of some sort. But shout out to Yoko.
It sounds Japanese, but let me have a look. And yeah, I think that this long form conversation needs to be. So I'm just stealing Joe Rogan's shtick right now. That as we're the healthy ones, it's behoven to us to um, look at all the elements in this equation, right? And when you're getting to the point of action, so here we're going to step into the realm of metaphysics, right? So action, intention, and action is a very well studied but minimally understood concept with respect to what it actually means to move. So we can look at the sort of physiological correlates of that, right? And we can see obvious signatures, like in the muscle physiology is well understood, and we kind of understand the motor networks that are involved. But there's a difference between like reflexive movement and intentioned movement. And we obviously know that they're using the same networks somehow, because it's inducing a phenomenon that we can recognize, movement, and it seems to be recognizable in some way, right? And it becomes repeatable, right? And this is what I would argue that you need to apply in this current situation. That would be my sort of take home right now. And I don't see the Constitution under threat right now, because I do know there are people that will like the touch paper.
Oh, wait, Kevin, let me respond to that, because Edward Snowden said that the architecture of depression is being built. So you don't agree with that necessarily?
Well, just scoop up all of modern living into that, right? And where's depression the highest? Well, in places like Korea and Japan, right? They're famous for it. Well, why is that? Well, because they have such constrictive or conforming societies, coupled to trauma at a societal level. And this is the everyone has trauma at some level, right? If you want to sort of, but you need trauma to sort of shape you in a way. Otherwise, you're just sort of going to come out the factory a bit of polystyrene or packing material, and not something of value.
Made in China.
Right.
Pun intended.
And a very good pun. So the I don't, this conversation hasn't ended yet, right? And I would just say to those that all they want to get their war fighting paint on, all right, but sometimes ceremony is enough, rather than fixing bayonets and going and gutting people, right? Because that's eventually what you get to, right? We know that, right? We've done it quite a few times now. So and I would, Yardbirds, you have to take all viewpoints in, right? And be very skeptical. Where are all those doctors who quit? Plenty of folk laid off with this shutdown, elective surgery, etc. I don't know. right? These are things that we don't know yet, right? Because it's such a rapidly evolving situation, and to get people, you know, I can't remember what to say. So make bad decisions in haste, and then you then you can repent at your leisure, right? And for sure there is conflict of interest, and we try to minimize it as much as possible. And I'm just trying to sort of follow the questions, and I'm sort of monologuing a lot. People sort of know my my views on stuff, so I'm just trying to sort of people, whilst I'm here, ask the questions. If you think my position is wrong, ask the question that you think needs answering, and then I'll do my best. And if it's not satisfactory, then perhaps I can point you to somewhere where it might be best. And there is no current number of deaths, Europe versus USA, and so it hasn't got out of New York yet, and America is blessed by just having such large geographic space that we think of it as one country. It's not. It's a continent, right? A very big part of one continent. And
that stat is also misleading, because the United States is leading the whole world in the number of deaths.
It's cumulative number of deaths, and I'm guessing that there's some metric that they're dividing by, and I can't see the axes. Sorry, it's like percent count. Yeah. So you have to sort of you need to break those statistics down even further, right? And you have to take into account the distribution of the population, the actual physical distance and interactions. It's very complex when you try to get down into it. What should even seem like a straightforward sort of metric to be able to pull out of these numbers. But because we're such a we have systems in place, and people are going to game those systems. So obviously people are making a thing about, well, hospitals are going to get paid thousands for positive tests, but I would just counter that with, well, hospitals get paid thousands whatever, right? Whether it's an elective surgery or COVID, and they probably get much more money for elective surgeries from the way the system is set up in the United States. And I would say right now, the strategic planning should be that we have to minimize the warping effect of the money competing interests. So that means you need some sort of safety net with respect to, you get your children through their education period. So right now we basically understand that to be sort of 25 years, when your brain has sort of settled down into a running or stable state, right? You've gone through puberty, and you're growing into full adulthood. And this you're going to have, well, again, I don't want to I'm trying to use my words carefully, because I don't want people to take what I'm saying as sort of gospel either. So let me just try and answer questions. So researchers and physicians, LSU held Shreveport trial using nitric oxide to treat COVID. Its hope treatment will kill the coronavirus in the lungs, improve oxygen delivery to injured tissue. Great in theory, but let's see it tried out. We've been at this point before, right? And of course, who wants to sell you nitric oxide, right? The patents run out on Viagra a long time ago. They want to use those drugs, right? And if nitric oxide works, the body's filled with nitric oxide. Right? It just, it's just one chemical step away from being an active agent. Well, that's not one step. That's me sort of minimizing the effect, but it is an active transmitter. You can detect it in
And
the
this
brain.
happens when you get the bends when you're scuba diving, or when someone's scuba diving and they ascend too quickly. They get, like, as far as I understand, an imbalance in that.
And you will, you get outgassing, right? So I'd like to think about physiology in electrical terms, because that's, to me, is what ions are. And everything in your body is essentially ion transfer of one form or another. And basically that's what they're saying. They're going to try Viagra to anxious, take zinc and vitamin C, D3 elderberry. Look, I don't think I'm not saying that's what you need to do, but if you find that that's what you think you need to do, and I don't see that as being harmful right now, and if you are concerned, then take the hydroxychloroquine, but also understand their risks. Once you get into them writing prescriptions, why hydroxychloroquine and why not just another quinine derivative? Okay, and the hydroxychloroquine little grift, I think, looks like it's coming to an end, because it's not being pushed. It's not conforming to the claims that were made for it by Didier Raoult, however you want to pronounce his name. And this thing of dealing with the way that it's being dealt with in the US, okay, in the rest of the world, that issue of deaths being called on the death certificate and money going into the hospitals, that wasn't a factor, right? So that wasn't skewing the numbers in Italy or in Iran, okay? And it wasn't a problem in China. They'll force you to go to the hospital, right? And look, I would just, hydroxychloroquine is a powerful drug, right? Viagra on lockdown doesn't sound much like fun. Well, what's the stereotype, right? You have I forget what they call them now. Incels, right? What are they doing? The idea is that the meme is they're just at home, sitting in front of the computer and just jerking off. Is it that much? Is it that much different if we're just giving them Viagra? They're just going to rub one out to more dirty pictures on the internet. And that's, if you want to sort of get into clean living, there's another thing to aim at, right? And and these all tie back into societal issues, and the landscape has changed massively from when I was young to now, with just in that respect, right? It wasn't deemed, it wasn't talked about in any way. And if it was, lads making a joke of it before going out to play football. Right? I don't know. I mean, I can't think of any sort of or jokes down the pub. It didn't sort of fill the consciousness that much, right? And I don't know. But now it just seems to have been made an issue. And no fab during quarantine. If you're gonna do if you're gonna use this time for being mindful, right? Be mindful of your behaviors and your your own peccadillos, for want of a better word, and maybe eat a steak. There's a lot to be said for what might work for
Eat
some
a
people.
steak cures veganism.
What works for one person might not work for another. So we know in the medical literature that some people get better with respect to some illnesses if they go all vegan, right? And
so you can actually get vitamin C poisoning if you take too much. This is actually what happens when you eat. I think it's like a polar bear liver. You can't eat polar bear liver.
That's vitamin A.
Oh, so that's vitamin A. Excuse me. Okay,
yeah.
I
So that's
that.
a fat soluble vitamin. And so when they were talking about buckyballs, right? So and you're basically looking at something that's going to be very fat soluble. So it means it's going to be bioaccumulative. Same with the nano silver. These are all things that you need to think about when just thinking, oh, I'm going to do X, Y, or Z to remedy the situation, right? And I don't think the FDA should be controlling micronutrients, right? Here, the entire meat section would be empty except the vegan meats. That's great. You don't want to be a soy boy, right? That's the thing. It's it's all soy based, or a lot of it is, and in Asia, soy, they ferment it first before really eating it. They don't eat it raw, right? So tofu is fermented, and look, vitamin A, retinoic acid, and there's a they use it to treat acne. It's called, I want to say it's Roaccutane. Incredibly toxic.
Accutane.
Yeah, it's incredibly toxic drug, but it's just derived from vitamin A. Okay. Now, if you just said,
retinol too, they use retinol for that.
And so retinol is just vitamin A, and then I think. Let me just check. I mean, again, I'm sort of having to delve into my memory banks, and my memory banks have got scrambled.
Yeah, all I know is that retinol is used for acne as well, in addition to Accutane. But I know Accutane is much more acidic, I think, and like harsh.
Maybe we know that vitamin A can be very toxic, okay, and you can poison yourself. That was always the fear with like multivitamins. You're going to poison yourself with vitamin A, and the in soy burgers. Wouldn't surprise me, right? He's got to make up for the vaccine not working, and if it is not too much, and how long are you going to take those mega doses, right? So there was, a while back, I think his name was, but why do I know him? Because
yo, guys, I gotta make a burrito. I'm gonna be back.
Right.
You wanna hold down the fort, Kevin? Is that cool?
Yeah. So you might just want to share screen. Let me just pull the. Is that working?
Yeah, also vitamin C is not stored. That's why you have to take it.
So and some animals have metabolic pathways to make endogenously endogenous.
There you go, Kev.
Is it flashing your end? No.
Yeah, now it's not. It was there before though.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was looking at retinol, and retinol is vitamin A, and then Roaccutane is retinoic acid. I want to say it's retinoic acid, but let me just check. Always go back, check your sources. Accutane. Isotretinoin. Well, biochemistry is a fascinating topic if you want to get into it. And I look at that and I more just see charge carrying and how it works as an ion. Basically, that's what I see, and it's got a fatty tail, so meaning saturated carbons, carbon, hydrogen. That's all fats are, long chains of carbon and hydrogen. And let's look at C60 health risk. Let's look at health risk, right? C60 oil caused DNA damage in rats. Fullerene. So I'm trying to keep and Kevin, do you eat natto? It's so nasty and slimy. No, it's not my cup of tea. My kids love it though, and I could eat a better diet and be more active, but you pick up different conditions as you go through life, and as I got into my 40s, I had to deal with another health issue, which was head injury. And it literally, if I was going to advise youngsters here about if you wanted to go into the neurosciences right now, what would be, I think the best area of research to go into would be traumatic brain injury, because we're seeing so much of that and we're understanding so much more about the long-term health implications. And I want to see, so rats here are it's a powerful antioxidant, has effects on unsaturated fats. It removes superoxide, which is a toxic product of cellular metabolism, to reduce tissue injury. Okay. May promote longevity. Well, this looks like a pro. Side effects and safety findings. In rats, high doses didn't affect body fat, protein, or other molecules. C60 caused DNA damage in rats. So this is what I would worry about. So something that's a sort of nanotech device like C60. There's a lot of surface area for it to go in, and it's small. So it could potentially start attacking DNA, right? So this would fit with what I would understand. Oxidative damage to DNA as the pre-mutagenic 8-oxo-7-8 dihydro 2'-deoxyguanosine 8-oxoG in the colon mucosa, liver and lung of rats after intragastric administration of pristine C60 fullerenes, 0.64 mg per kilogram. That is not a very high, or that's a very low concentration for toxicity, people. Okay, so I would just say just be really, really careful with the amounts that you're or what you think might be useful. Okay, so here's one. This is where it might be useful. So water-soluble pristine C60 fullerene attenuates a acetaminophen-induced liver injury. Right, that's useful. Right, that's where you might want to be using something quick acting to sort of reverse disclaimer. Let's have a look. Author information. Again, you have to sort of I'd want to look at this, and we need to we need to break it down, right? And yeah, I could see it being useful in acute cases, but something where if the body thought it was good enough, right, there would be an enzymatic pathway to make fullerenes, right, and carbons, and your body only takes the air it needs. Yeah, that's true. And your body is kind of knows best, if you like. Sort of trust your instincts in this sort of case, and the novel compounds to inhibit SARS-CoV-2 main protease. I mean, if this is just come on my desk right now, so let me just open this. Chinese Academy of Science. Yeah, so I would be suspicious straight away. Where's the article? Wait a minute, guys. Well, it seems to be science by researched online in Science on. Well, if it's in Science, let's have a look. And but this is where they're getting into small protease inhibitors, and there's no guarantee of it working. So remdesivir, the other new molecule, didn't work, right? And so the Chinese have taken something, and I would want to know how close it is to remdesivir. And let's have a look. I want to get the authors. So and we know that the US and the Chinese were getting into let's go and structure-based design of antiviral drug, right? So basically, they know what remdesivir looks like. I would say they're trying to get in.
Hold back, Kevin.
Okay, so
I'm eating burrito guy. I'm really hungry.
Okay, so
I'm gonna turn on my camera though, so you guys don't have to watch me.
Let me. I've lost the screen feed. Hang on a minute, guys. So we were just doing deep dives with respect to the, some of the claims that are coming up. So one of those has been, vitamins. So vitamin A was coming up. Then the carbon C60 came up. So, I think that's a relatively new thing to look at. And the first thing in PubMed was fullerene causing DNA damage. And this is what I would sort of worry about with something that had, and just because it says antioxidant doesn't mean it's the best antioxidant to be getting hold of, right? And the same with so after that we went to, so Chinese have put out a paper in Science, just 4 days old, structured based design of antiviral drug. So basically they've taken, I would guess, remdesivir, and they've done something to it, and I would like to see the exact difference between remdesivir and their molecule, and let's do that right now, and we will see what that's they call it core structure and warhead. Hilarious. And they've gone for this small protease inhibitor type response, and I want to see whether the the chemical, the medical studies need to be done properly to see if that's if it's a real thing or not, right? And right now, I would say the jury is very much out on all the medicines that have been put forward, whether it's the quinines, the protease inhibitors, or the the other thing that came up was nitric oxide. So nitric oxide releases would be things like sildenafil and Viagra type drugs. And like I say, these things take months and months to work through, not weeks. And we're just months into getting the data. So I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Paul.
No, I just came in, so I'm just kind of getting up to speed.
Yeah, you want to
with what
catch
we're
us
doing.
up, Kevin? Because I was away too for a second there. If you just want to give us just a broad overview of what you've been
So it was
over.
just I was looking into so people are pushing forward what they think are remedies. So whether it's so we run the gamut from vaccines to people telling you take vitamin C, and so but a few things came up. So Addy, you brought up vitamin C can be poisonous, and we spoke to, not really per se, anything's poison, just depends on the amount. Okay. And so we looked at vitamin A derivatives because vitamin A is toxic. Okay. And it's a fat soluble vitamin, and so and prior to that we'd been discussing the nitric oxide releases, and I was like, I'm not sure if that's, I'd have to work through the mechanisms of it, because there's lots of nitric oxide in the body anyway. And under even, this is, people don't realize it, even carbon monoxide, if I remember rightly, has sort of neurotransmitter properties, right? And it can bind at levels, that's why it's such a dangerous compound, because one, it doesn't smell of anything, and then so it's calcium activated potassium channels, and those potassium channels are vital in any sort of homeostatic mechanism of the polarization across membranes. And so we think about neurons as being sort of in a resting with a large voltage gradient across the plasma membrane, but all cells are like that. Okay. And it's that voltage gradient which allows the transmission of
Could you define a voltage gradient, Kevin?
So with the classic example being the neuron. So outside of the neuron, you have a buildup of sodium, and inside, so it's the sodium potassium pump. So I'll bring that up. That's a membrane bound
and calcium.
Yes, as well. So that's but that's a slightly different mechanism. So if you look at the Na K plus pump, so a lot of energy just goes into expending, maintaining this sodium gradient. Okay, and look, there's research being done right now where they're literally looking at the organization of the sodium ions around the receptor. Okay, So this is where I'll be meandering off into another point. So let me just finish what the sodium potassium.
Well, let me instead of going too detailed, because Addy was just asking for like a one sentence type thing for people to understand it. Basically, Addy, what it is that you have ions outside the cell, you have ions inside the cell, and there's a difference in charge, and certain processes within the cell will force ions to come in or diffuse in, and when that happens, it for neurons, it changes the voltage, and that allows for the electrical signal to shoot down the axon and release neurotransmitters. So it's the mechanism, it's the biochemistry mechanism to allow for an electrical signal to shoot down the axon.
So, and the important thing to note is the use of ATP in this mechanism, right? So ATP is like the main energy source inside the cell. So like that's all the mitochondria are doing is oxidizing and reducing ATP essentially, and phosphate bonds become the energy carrying mechanism through which this exchange is done. And so this is, but if you extrapolate out from that and you look at it as a heuristic, it's all charge that you're doing, and some things just transfer charge easier than other things, because you just say, well, why not just use electrons in this process, right? Because you want to
I told people we would talk about Kim Jong-un because somebody was asking me about it earlier today. Okay. I posted my when Dr. Cottrell interviewed me on his channel. I reposted that this morning, and somebody was like, "Oh, you guys gonna talk about Kim Jong-un?" And I was like, "Oh, we'll do that tonight." So, I just had to mention it at least once. But
good. I hope he's dead. And,
yeah, good riddance. But I do think is that his daughter is the heir apparent. I think she would be even more ruthless. She seems more intelligent to me than he does.
Well, it's not the daughter. It's his sister. It's sister. The sister is in line. I don't know about his sister. She's kind of unknown, really. I don't think there's a lot really known about her. I think it's all propaganda. We really don't. She is very mysterious. I do think she has a child, though. I think she was pregnant when they were doing negotiations with Trump early on as presidents. But
at least late 30s.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. I
would say mid 30s at least.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. But I'm thinking that he had I guess the rumors are that he had a heart problem, which makes sense. He probably had very high cholesterol.
Well, his diet is horrendous.
Right.
Cheese, right?
Yeah, that's all he ate, I think. And he had gout, and he's like one of the richest man in like his country. That just doesn't make any sense.
Right. So he definitely had issues, definitely cardiovascular issues.
Yeah, and he smoked a lot.
I think he had a stroke either during surgery or post-op, and he's probably a vegetable. I think that's what's going on here.
Really?
And supposedly on Bloomberg, I thought I saw that China is flying, quote, experts in to assess the condition. So you got to remember, to be doing like bypass surgery and stuff like this, it's called cabbage. To do bypass surgery, you got to be, you have to be well practiced. The chances are the surgeons that were on him, they didn't have a whole lot of experience on this.
Dang.
All right.
They were North Korean.
They probably in North Korea. So chances are, some sort of post-op or during operation complication arose, and he's probably a vegetable. But the Chinese are coming in and assessing it, And
Is
they're
he
probably
salvageable? Do you think? Well, I suppose it would
no,
depend.
well, I did.
Yeah.
Well, he may be breathing, but I don't think he's all there. And this is a serious geopolitical problem because they have nuclear weapons.
Dude, that's
Who's
like in Lord of the Rings when that that one guy's like he's like possessed by a demon. Everybody, you guys know what I'm talking about? And then he like what's his name?
the
Wormtongue is like the power behind the throne.
yeah.
It's kind of like similar to that, like the
Right.
the king is still alive, but he's not really in control. Like similar to the Saudi royal family too. Like the son's the prince, right? He's the actual controller.
Isn't there a historical event that took place in Russia too? Wasn't maybe it was Lenin, maybe it was Stalin. I don't know the whole story here, or maybe it was Khrushchev. But either way, either way, wasn't there like a whole week or two before they announced the death?
Oh yeah. If you go back in the into the Cold War,
that was
Lenin?
Lenin. Yeah, Vladimir Lenin. Yeah, because they were trying to decide who was going to be Trotsky or Stalin, and Stalin ended up pushing out Trotsky. And he actually assassinated him in Mexico? That's ridiculous to me. He sent KGB agents after him in Mexico City, and he killed him with a spike. Like he spiked him in the head. Anyways, but yeah, it was Lenin.
Okay, but so I think something similar is happening here. That he's probably brain dead, and the experts from China are coming in to figure out what's the game plan here.
Dude, do you think they're gonna pull the plug like the sister would, or do you think they wouldn't do that?
Well, Sharon. What's interesting is Sharon was on a ventilator system, and he was brain dead, and it was for years.
Who is that?
Ariel Sharon.
Yeah, Ariel Sharon.
I don't know who that is. Who is that?
That was the prime minister of Israel.
Oh.
And
how do you spell Sharon?
Like Sharon, actually.
Oh, Sharon?
Yeah.
Oh, Eric. Okay. Got him.
But he was he was on, he was brain dead, but his heart was still working. So that might be something similar to here, where he's brain dead and he's on a machine. He's on a machine.
It's like a seismic shift in politics, if that's the case.
It's so weird that it's all happening at this time.
Yeah, right.
It makes you wonder, But I mean, he obviously had health problems.
What if his sister,
I don't think his sister did him in.
Did it Cesare Borgia?
So I don't think she did that. I think that I think they were actually pretty close. I don't think that they were.
They definitely used her well, because when it was like they had some UN summit or something that didn't go well, and they basically just pinned it on her, put her in the background for a while, to protect his image, which worked well.
Yeah. In a strange way, he was using his sister similar to how Trump uses Ivanka.
Yeah.
I mean, in certain circumstances, or
do we want to follow that?
No, I don't know. I'm just
What does that mean?
Well, yeah, you can dig out anything you like with that. So, like I say, I hope it hurt, and he's not coming back from it. And but the problem is that it's just adding to the unpredictability right now.
Yeah,
and
but I don't know. I feel like, well, I think that a female leader would be less likely to go to war, or wanting to go to war. No,
I'll tell you, I think female leaders may actually be more warmongering.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the thing is that they have to be assertive because they're in a quote a male world, right?
Yeah.
So like I'll tell you, Margaret Thatcher, she I think she out Churchilled Churchill,
Mm, yeah.
Margaret Thatcher wasn't a person to mess with. So I she might be that way.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah,
But
she was a bit of a psycho, wasn't she? The Iron Fist, wasn't that her name?
Well, I mean, she earned that reputation through many different avenues. One was the sort of breaking of the unions, which in some element I think needed to be done. But I would just argue that it went too far, because what's happened is that the UK sold all its strategic infrastructure. So it makes no sense to me that the French are running nuclear power plants, and gas fields are, I don't know whoever owns them right now, and that gutting of infrastructure in that way was a trauma for a lot of people, because that's how people sort of made their livelihood, mining, all those male orientated types of jobs, and that so a woman undid all that, and then also went to war, and and it wasn't that she wasn't smart. I mean, she had a degree in chemistry when degrees actually meant something, and there's a probably, but how much was her own choice rather than being pushed by particular powers. But there was a inkling that the Falklands would be a good energy source, because there's potential.
Can you explain your understanding of that conflict, Kevin? Because Americans don't really learn about that.
So the Falklands conflict, I must say, was 1981, and it was a very short war, a few months, and basically what happened was the Falkland Islands, which are several hundred miles away from the Argentinian coast, had been a British colony, I want to say at least 200 years. And but there was always sort of back and forth between, the Argentinians thought that, in their sort of expansive phase, that they would take the Falklands, because anywhere where you're sort of at the edge of a continental shelf, or those places can be very rich minerally, and oil and all that kind of stuff. And look, they were down there searching for oil not so long ago, and I don't know, they probably kept it quiet, hush hush, the actual results, and said that there was nothing there. And but anyway, there was always this sort of antagonism between the United Kingdom and Argentina, and I want to say his name was General Galtieri, which was sounds exactly like you think it does, which is a tin pot South American dictator. And in those sorts of regimes, they have to have a strong man, and he was their strong man. And in order to maintain a hold on power, they launched a sort of expeditionary force to the Falklands, because the Falklands were unprotected. They didn't have, or they had a very, very small military contingent. I want to say literally probably less than like a platoon, but we should look that up.
Yeah, I'm on it right now. It was the Batallón de Inteligencia.
And they
601.
And in that, so Margaret Thatcher's prime minister. Yes, big boy, come here. The prime minister was having a rough time of it because of the stance with respect to union busting. right?
Open this. I just opened it.
Oh, okay. It's all right. You make a mess.
I couldn't open it.
Oh, you want Daddy to open it properly? Okay.
Mhm.
Let's get you a dish.
So this
Yeah, pull up.
bataillon.
So there was a
they,
military contingent on the Falkland Islands from the
under Galtieri. Is that the one you're referring
so
to?
he was the head honcho of Argentina. Be careful.
Yeah.
with
So this
something.
is basically a Einsatzgruppen, looks like.
Yeah, and so they went into Port Stanley, I want to say it was, and they basically went in under arms and seized the island and took the soldiers that were based there prisoners of war. And the Paul seems to be. I'm seeing comments that Paul is.
No, he's not frozen.
Yeah, it looks okay to me. And because that turned around Thatcher's stint as prime minister, right? There was a strong pushback from the unionized forces of the car industry. People knew that her tactic was to bust unions. The free market was the way to go, and the dismantling of that was a painful process in the UK, right? And they sent. And it's not like the Argentinians weren't well armed. They were. They had. I want to say. I think they had aircraft carrier, and they had pretty good navy.
This is the war where Prince Andrew exhausted his adrenal system and no longer sweats. Supposedly.
Yeah, apparently. But it was a hot conflict, very intense but short, and so I can sort of give you a indicator of how it sort of went down where I was. So the ability for Britain to reach out and hit the Argentinians was done with the Victor force, or the Vulcan V-bomber force, which that was where my father was QRF. He'd left by then, but the Vulcan bomber was used in conjunction with the Victors as fuel tankers to fly down 2 Vulcan bombers and say to the Argentinians that we're going to come for you, and they bombed the runway of the I want to say Port Stanley. And literally, I don't even think any bombs hit. This was before sort of having, the JDAMs type weapons, and it's literally sort of dumb bombs. But it basically said we could fly in, we could beat your air defenses, and drop bombs on you. And as that was gearing up, the what we called the Armada, and I was, I had a T-shirt. I can remember because we were going on holiday camp, right? And so, this was at a time when, if you got 2 weeks holiday in the UK, it sort of you went to what looked like a communist work camp, right? And on a really sort of dodgy bit of coastline, and there used to be arcade machines, but as kids we thought it was great. But I had a T-shirt that just said on the front of it, "Licensed RG Basher," right? So I remember I was about 7-8 years old.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. And
where did you get that? In just a store?
Just in the stores. Like went on
like
holiday
a local
with it.
store, local supermarket.
So I don't know how this didn't happen, but my mum used to work for a mail order company called Freeman's, and so we used to get all our stuff was sort of secondhand from Freeman's, and I'm pretty sure it came from there. So it was in a sort of national clothing and sort of retail, what do you call it? Mail order delivery, right? So the precursor of Amazon, and how they didn't become Amazon.
Let's talk about Cuomo, since I see people chatting in the comments about him. We got this. Somebody said you
I'll
all
let
hate
you
me.
do
I do
that
like
because I
Cuomo.
need to take a leak, and I think
Okay.
wife's abandoned ship, and the kids are just running amok downstairs. So give me a second.
Okay. Yeah, but what do you think about Cuomo, Dr. Cottrell? Because there's people in my family that like him too, and they're also female. So what is there?
Well, I mean, I because I used to manage a portfolio for a very large nonprofit, and that nonprofit helped with New Yorkers going through Hurricane Sandy many years ago, and Cuomo was governor during that crisis. I know intimately that behind the scenes, the politics, he's kind of a gangster kind of guy behind the
Well,
scenes.
dude, to make it to that point, you have
Yeah,
to be. There's
there's a little bit of
Don't
a
you?
gangster aspect to his personality, and I know this. I know this because of what happened during the Hurricane Sandy. Because what happened was
Is he? He's
FEMA
Italian.
money came through. Yes,
Yeah.
and he was born in the United States, but I think it was
Yeah. I'm just
his
saying the last
parents.
name because
Yeah,
Fauci's Italian last name too, but he's obviously American.
but he's there was some budgetary problems in the state during that time. Money came through FEMA, and then it went through the state, and the state appropriated those funds. So the nonprofits that were helping people that were hurt by Hurricane Sandy processed claims and were reimbursed by the FEMA money.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all the documentation that was needed was determined by FEMA. Well, the claims were processed, and then a year later, the state comes in for an audit and increases the number of documentation that the nonprofit needed to get the final check, the final FEMA check. So he held back money to nonprofits when he changed the criteria for claims. So he was playing games because of the pitfall that the pit that they had with the budget. So but in this case, I think that he's been pretty good with his governorship. I'm concerned though about the antibody testing and his slow walk towards this idea you can't go back to work unless you have an antibody. He hasn't stated it, but it's implicit in the comments that he's making during the press briefings that they're going to do antibody testing. We're going to get out of shelter in place, but when they collect all this data for antibodies, who has the antibody, who doesn't, there is room for interpretation where you may have to go back into shelter in place until you have an antibody. But it's a little too early to give an antibody because they don't have a vaccine for it yet. So but he's priming the pump. He's opening up that conversation. And this is where I said that I'm very worried about the secondary effects of this in maybe late October, where we may see a second wave, if it does happen, that the government may actually force certain regions of the country, like New York, because it's heavily dense population, to go back into shelter in place and speed through a vaccine program. Cuomo's kind of like already starting to say this in his speeches between the lines. And that's where I draw the line and say, Cuomo, don't, step on my civil liberties.
He doesn't have an election coming up, though, does he?
No, but he's priming himself for a 2024 run in the general election.
I think so. Yeah,
I think he's running for I think he's going to run for president.
He's gonna take. He's all in. Everybody's all in at this point. I mean, it seems like it. I was talking about it earlier with Dr. McCairn. Actually, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago when we did. No, it was yesterday. We were doing some grift busting, and I brought up the papers on. No, we're talking about Dr. Buttar again, and I was just like commenting. I was like, yeah, this dude's. He definitely believes in what he's saying. I'll give him that, like.
So overall, I would say I would give Cuomo high B+, low A-.
Yeah,
the
you
only
think so?
reason why,
That's pretty good
the
grade.
only reason, yeah, he would get a better grade from me if he just laid off of the whole testing for the antibody stuff.
Well,
because
they
I
should
think
have
he's
done it
opening up
earlier
for a
too.
forced vaccination. Well, what's interesting is in his press briefing, he started mentioning the 3 organizations that are going to be tied into tracking individuals when we start moving out of shelter in place, because they think there will be reinfection, but they're not sure if it'll lead to an additional shelter in place, which is what I'm worried about.
What were those
But
organizations?
Bloomberg LP, Vital Strategies, and Johns Hopkins. They're all working together, and what they're doing is they're setting up a database to test, track who has the antibodies, and if someone gets sick, to do the contact tracing, and they're going to put that into the database. Well, see, that is going to be the beta to start tracking people to say, well, you need your vaccine, or you need to be prophylactically on some sort of antiviral cocktail.
Yeah, I'm gonna mix this
And
up and just
so
drop
they're starting the
drop
tracking
trial
program
real quick.
Right. They're
a
starting
truth
the
serum.
tracking. They're starting to doing the tracking. They're working out the kinks, but they're setting up the tracking
It's a
system. They're using
proprietary blend of just an energy serum.
right. Well, who knows? Who knows what they put in it. But the point is that they're already beta testing for tracking, and Bloomberg LP is a part of it.
Yeah. Let's since we're going this way, let's talk about this. How do you guys vote? Either of you two?
Yes.
Yeah. How do you go about voting, Paul?
Well, I'm
year, for example.
This year, I will vote for Trump.
Almost regardless.
And yes.
Yeah.
I'm
feeling very similar. A very similar way right now. I can't see any candidate that can take him down personally. And I do have a bit of bias because I regret not voting for Trump in 2016, but I think regardless he's gonna win. I just don't see him losing.
I was an early
point.
supporter. I was an early supporter of Trump, and that because of his anti-globalization stance.
Yeah, I like how he upset the status quo, and people that think he's this evil dictator, he's a minor leaguer compared to the Epsteins and the Clintons of the world, in my opinion.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
right? Absolutely.
But yeah, this Dr. Red here, Dr. Red Shocker. Did you used to be on Discord? I don't know what that means, man. I do have a Discord. I have it almost exclusively to follow Dr. McCairn, to be honest. That's kind of why I made it. But I never I have yet to host a server on there. But we are nearing up on 5 hours of live streaming here, which is pretty ridiculous. Let's try to shoot for 5 hours though, guys, and just cap it at that, because this is getting to be pretty insane here. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Actually, when you were gone, Paul, I think you were gone during this. I asked everyone to put in where they're from, and we had everywhere, man. It was Sweden, Norway, Ireland, everywhere over the States and the UK.
Was there anyone in China?
No Chinese, no. Why?
Well, I'm just curious if we can get past the firewall.
Oh, I doubt it. Well, even if we can, how many people there can speak English?
Well, I had interns that were in my department when I was at the nonprofit. They saw me on their TV. That they were mentioning me in their news
in China
on the TV. Not on just the website, but on their mainstream news.
Wow!
When I was talking about Nancy from the CDC and the Frank text.
Oh, okay.
Where they were hiding the numbers at the CDC.
You gotta find that clip, bro, and save it if you can.
Yeah,
That'd be cool.
I have it. I have it somewhere. I did a video about it,
Yeah.
but my intern sent me the message saying, "Oh, I saw you on TV," and she was shocked.
Yeah.
And that's when, and that day alone, one of my videos hit over 100,000. Which
Oh, wow.
I don't normally have a video that hits over 100,000. I mean,
What's your
normally my
highest
videos,
right now? Do you know?
That was the highest. It was
Oh,
like
it is the
100, I
highest.
think it's like 120,000, something like that.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
But it happened in like a very short amount of time because, something in China can go viral really quickly. So that's what I'm saying is that the things that we're talking about, it is getting out globally. This is not just an American phenomena. This is a global phenomena that's taking place here.
Yeah. This is
And and I do understand the visibility of this, because my visibility is not just 40,000. My visibility is in the millions. That's because of the way I'm doing this. So I mean, I know what I was kind of playing, with Kevin a little bit earlier, for a little spar, to get people involved.
that was
and,
so
to get,
awesome, yo. We gotta get
but
more of that.
but
Next time I'm gonna
I
egg you guys on.
99% of the 99% of the things that Kevin says, I'm right with him. But sometimes we have to energize the
Yeah,
public
definitely.
and get them involved and feel as though they have a part in this.
Yeah, we got Austria in the building too. That's a new one.
Right. So, but the big point here is that I know the visibility, but trust me,
Yeah, there's second order and
I
third
haven't
order
been wrong.
effects to everything.
Right. But I haven't been wrong. And there's a reason why I do certain things. It may not be understood at the time that I'm doing them, but there are reasons. You got to trust me. I am a good guy on this. All right. Just trust me, and we will get through this, and we'll save our country. But you just got to trust me. And at times I'm going to be flamboyant and seem like I'm, off my rocker, but there's a reason. You just trust me. But I think people are starting to understand. People are starting to understand the severity of this and the importance of what we're saying. And we all of us, even though everyone in the chat box, we all have a part to play in this.
Yeah, no doubt. And yeah, I feel grateful to be connected with you guys. And I don't know, it's just the way things fell into place, and it's interesting and ridiculous how much I've learned from guys like Nassim Taleb and this other guy I follow on Twitter, Ed Lattimore, about how much probability and statistics and really just random chance affects our lives way more than anyone wants to admit or even understands.
Dr. Taleb was the one that really pushed me in that direction of chaos theory.
Yeah.
And looking at things in a chaotic environment.
I need to get into his books during this lockdown.
It's like you have to read Black Swan. Black Swan is his best book. But it really, see, he used to be an options trader, right? And he built his theory around why do options, have so much volatility, and it's so hard to trade the options market. A lot of people that trade options, they lose about 80% lose money.
Yeah.
But he
zero-sum game,
explains, this probability and black swan events and going, very, creating certain option strategies that will be kind of like insurance policies if the market goes down radically. But it's like you're losing money. And then all of a sudden, after the 7th year, but these options are very cheap, but you buy a lot of them. You lose. And then when the event happens, you make so much money, you make up the loss plus.
Yeah.
All right. But the thing is you have to be patient on it. So that's one strategy. There's a lot of other different strategies, but he used to be an options trader. So his theories were forged in the market. trading the
Yeah.
market, being a
Skin
professional
in the
trader.
game. That's what he says.
And then
Skin in the game.
right.
I love that.
And then he wrote a book about dynamic hedging, which is kind of more of a PhD level book, or a quant trading kind of book.
Oh wow.
And I read that, but I read that after I read Black Swan.
Yeah.
And then later he wrote Fooled by Randomness, and then
Yep.
and then right after that he wrote Black Swan.
Yeah, and
But the Black
Anti-Fragile
Swan
too,
is the
that's the
best
other
one.
Yeah. Black Swan.
Now there's another one, Sornet, Dr. Sornet. He writes about Dragon Kings. So that there's this debate between Black Swans and Dragon Kings. Black Swans are these events that are unknown unknowns.
Yep.
You just can't know. It's a really
You don't know what
very,
or when or why, kind of.
right. Now, and then so you have those kind of scenarios, and you have Dragon Kings, which basically means that there is something in the system that if you know what to look for, you'll see the signal, and the system will start to break apart. And Dr. Sornet was involved in modeling gas canisters for the shuttle, the hydrogen canister.
Mm-hmm.
And he was modeling fracturing and how they fracture.
You mean how they break off during takeoff?
Well, if right, if there's too much shaking that goes on, then you can fracture components. So there's ways to model this. All right. So he was part of this modeling. So the idea is that if you know what to look for, you will understand when the failure will take place. So he calls this the Dragon King. So there's this debate between Sornet and Dr. Taleb. How does the market work? Does it work with black swans, or does it work under a Dragon King concept? Yeah. And the answer is actually both.
Yeah,
situation.
Right. It falls like a little bit.
But I'm more in line with Dr. Taleb when I first did
that's my
research.
gut intuitive. Like if I were to bet, like obviously I need to do more due diligence, but that's what makes more sense to me in terms of just the chaos of something like the market.
If you look at this crisis, you wouldn't be able to see the Dragon King.
Yeah, right.
It's like where's the Dragon King? Because this was if we assume it was an accidental leak from a weapons program, where's the Dragon King in that?
Yeah, it's a document probably somewhere.
Yeah, so Dr. Sornet would probably argue that, well, because they were making a weapons program, that's the signal. But that doesn't give us forewarning on when it would be leaked.
Yeah, there could be multiple Dragon Kings or multiple Black Swans within a certain.
Yeah. That's but it's an interesting debate between Black Swans and Dragon Kings. If you can model the endogenous risk factors, then you'll have a Dragon King. If it's pretty much all exogenous,
because you can measure it and manage it, therefore.
If you know what to look for, but if you think you have a completely a very robust system, it's something breaks down, it's hard to predict it, and therefore you fall in the camp of Dr. Taleb, where it's a black swan event, like Chernobyl. Was that a Dragon King or a black swan event? I would put it in the black swan event.
Really?
Not a Dragon King. Chernobyl. Yeah.
I think my physics teacher would disagree with you.
Really? He would say that it was a Dragon King.
Well, you're saying that pretty much it was not preventable, right?
Well, what I'm saying is that no. What I'm saying is that black swans in a complex system, they'll get into discoherence that's unpredicted. That it's such a complex system that as they're changing the variables, even though they understand each of the variables, they don't understand the combination of the variables that leads to a catastrophic event. And that's what happened with Chernobyl.
Okay.
They were changing.
So
They were
leaving out
pushing
hindsight bias.
they were pushing the envelope and how far they could they could take out those carbon tubes, and it ran away and exploded. So I would classify that as a black swan event. But I can understand that people could articulate that maybe it was a Dragon King, that they knew that if you pull the carbon out too far,
yeah, right,
that you're increasing the chances of a failure.
Could argue that, for sure. But I would say for most people, it would say the opposite. But
because there was redundancy. But the thing was, is there was there's redundancy systems in these complex plants, and the redundancy systems were supposed to work, but they didn't. And would you consider Fukushima as a black swan, or would you consider a Dragon King? I can articulate it both ways.
Yeah.
Well, like Fukushima, for the black swan event, how would you know that the tsunami was going to happen? But on the Dragon King side of it, I would say, well, why did you put the plant next to a fault line?
Yeah.
So I mean, so you can argue both ways on it, but it's interesting. It's an interesting concept.
Yeah, and if you remember the name of that book, Dr. Cottrell, from the 80s, the anti-aging one, you definitely got to let us know. But we've been going. Yeah, if it comes to you, but we've been going for 5 hours straight, folks. So we just big thank you to everybody for tuning in. We've got 100 people still with us, which is pretty ridiculous. We had Paul go do another interview, have time to. Looks like he showered, and then came back. And I had dinner.
I didn't shower.
You didn't?
I just came very back. So what happened was I was on a leak project. I'm doing a shameless plug here. So we did a podcast on Leak Project about artificial intelligence and transhumanism, because some of my postdoctoral work was on artificial intelligence, using it to trade the financial markets. So it was something that we planned on doing 2 years ago, but we could never schedule it.
Until now.
Until now.
Yeah.
So we did a podcast. It started at around 11:15, and we ended at 1. So he'll edit it. So I don't know how it wasn't live. So he'll edit it down a little bit, and then he'll put it on his channel. But it was an interesting conversation about transhumanism versus humanism, the singularity.
Oh, nice.
And how artificial intelligence could help mankind, hurt mankind. A little bit about Neuralink.
Yeah.
A little bit about artificial general intelligence.
Well, send me the link once you have it, Doc, and I will put it in the description box. You got any plugs coming up for your work, Dr. McCairn? Oh, let me get your mic there. Yeah, you're good.
I think the only thing I've got scheduled is tomorrow, my morning, with Paul and George.
Yep.
Tomorrow, that's it for me. And basically, I think I'll just be.
Well, it's tomorrow. It's 9 a.m. Eastern, so it's your evening.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that's this evening for you. And are you gonna go to sleep, Doc?
Paul? Me.
Well, I'll go to sleep after this, but Dr. McCairn is going to stay up until we have our.
I might just get some shy. What time am I on tonight?
Well, my time it's 9 a.m. Eastern. Okay, so Sunday. So that's
Addy,
your.
Works
your
out
Sunday night.
Yeah, I remember saying that.
But I'm not sure if it's 9. Is it 9 or 8?
I think it might be. I think it's more late.
Right.
Actually, so.
It's 10. Is it 10 a.m. or 10
p.m.? Yeah, I mean, I don't actually. The later the better right now, because everything's my sort of sleep pattern is.
But George Webb will be on that. It'll be our first 3 panel. We're going to be using Zoom. It'll be on my channel, and the idea will be kind of. I'm trying to brand these panels, these 3 panels that I'm going to start on the channel as coronavirus war room. Okay, I'm kind of stealing the idea. I'm stealing the idea from Stephen Bannon. All right, because he has war room pandemic. Well, I'm branding mine as coronavirus war room. All right, and we're going to be talking about all the stuff that we were talking about here. You know, the scientific pillar, the financial pillar, the sovereignty pillar. You know, yada yada yada. You know,
Definitely.
and you know,
we got
who were
some
the players.
Military philosophy and strategy too. We were talking about too, like Machiavelli and stuff. And
Right. So I just say, so I am, and so the idea is the first one will be with George and Dr. McCairn, and the second one I'm trying to have Stephen Molyneux on it and George Webb, because George has so much information. I'm trying to release it to the subscribers in bits and pieces, because there's a lot there. It's a lot to digest. So I'm trying to slowly release it. Then I'm trying to get Cliff High on to the channel and do one-on-one, and also a coronavirus war room. But then I want to bring on Addy, and I'd like to have a little bit of the historical perspective, a younger historical perspective.
I'll bring
on what you think is going on.
I'll bring some military strategy, and I'll do my homework for sure.
Yeah. So the idea is to kind of like do like an underground version of what Steve Bannon's doing. You know, his is much more polished because he's got a lot of money, and he's got the studio, and he's connected to the to the he's got a radio contracts, and he's
I do agree with some of what he says, though. I have to admit.
Yeah, no, he's got some good stuff. He's got some good stuff. It would be awesome. I don't know if I could do it, but it would be awesome to get that Miles Go on.
Oh,
and push the whole anti-CCP thing, because that falls right in line with what I'm trying to do here.
One thing, and this is something I was gonna mention earlier, but kind of got lost in the stream, as it were. I just don't want people to focus too much on the CCP and forget the blood that is on the hands of our leaders.
That's right.
We have to remember.
That's right, absolutely, and that's why we want to go after Fauci, Birx, and Redfield, and having the knowledge that George Webb has to offer to the channels is important. So he's going off on not only on his channel, but he's going on other channels and informing the public, and by having him come into the war room, that will lay the foundation that this is a USA/CCP virus. But the thing is that we're not blaming the Chinese people. We're blaming the Chinese government.
Yeah.
And we're not blaming the US citizens. We're blaming the Faucis.
Yeah.
The Birx.
Certain leaders, yeah.
And that's the way it needs to be framed.
Definitely. Well, as I said before, I'll put those links in the description. As for me, I got a couple more interviews coming up. If people want to check those out, just come back to my channel. Otherwise, we will be coming next week for another scientist roundtable. And we're looking to get at least one new guest on, maybe one or two. But thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in.
Well, I would
you
say,
got some last words?
Yeah,
there?
I would just say, whilst we have numbers here and people listening, go and do what we're talking about right now, which it came up earlier, that you are being played for a psyop by these people that are pushing the terrain theories and the whatever crank nonsense it is. get on their case, right? Stop drinking the Kool-Aid and put them under pressure, right? And I know it might seem like a inordinate task because you have the technical barrier you think you might get round or run over with, but that's why we're here.
And if you guys want to try to get at Judy, Dr. Mikovic and Dr. Batar too, just on socials, just try to get at them and say, hey, try to get them on the roundtable, because we have. Speaking for myself, I have reached out to both of them. I've yet to hear a response, but yeah, if you guys want to see that happen and they see you guys trying to make it happen, they might be a little more motivated to come join us.
And yeah, I would encourage them strongly, and that means you have to engage all their followers, and start shaking up their little social networks. I'll just give you a quick example, and I know it's sort of
I'll put their names in the chat. So it's Judy Mikovic, right? And then
I just want to share the screen a second.
Yeah, go for it. Gotcha.
I'm trying to get a hold of Mikovic.
Yeah, I emailed her. She's really backed up though, I'm sure.
But she might be somewhat. She's got good things to say.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
But she's again, I see grasshopper errors, and she's making big ones right now, and it's
she's saying that she wants to take down Fauci. I mean, she wants to take down Fauci.
She's on a sort of
you got to pay. Well, yeah, but what's wrong with that?
Well, but she's. If you want to do that, that's fine. And I think that should be the scientific aim, right? Because that's what you're doing with science, is you're going to bring your best data to the table and you're going to put it forward. And if she's coming, she wants to leap out the closet with 6 guns blazing at him, you got to make sure your bullets count, right? Because you're not shooting with a Glock this time, right? And they're not very accurate weapons. And you have to think that the higher up the chain you get, the less effective that you think the weapons you have. And whether you want to just to speak towards what you're talking about with the Black Swan and the Dragon Kings, there's a kind of metaphysical view that basically all those things have happened at some level, and consciousness is sort of finding a way through those elements, if you like. And I don't mind sort of parceling time to sort of delve into that, but there's a time for sort of physics and what that brings you. That's your projectile going down the thing, and also there's the mindfulness of when to pull the trigger. And she's, like I say, she's coming out. She's obviously scorned, and she's making, like I say, if you watch, the best analogy I can give you is, and apropos for speaking about China, is just the great David Carradine series called Kung Fu. And if you ever watch the first episode, I think it's the first episode, but the master says he's interacting with the young boy that wants to learn, that wants to become the Shaolin monk, and he's saying, and he's asking the master, well, how do you do kung fu whilst you're blind? And he's like, do you see that grasshopper at your feet? And the young boy essentially says, no. Many crows, I'm not so sure, right? It's okay to let me just finish again. I'll get to what Many Crows is just saying right now. The blind man is able to say, well, I knew the grasshopper was there by using other senses, right? And that's metaphorical for just having what we would call far sight. Okay. And we can delve into the what that means at a neuroscience level someday. I don't some people have to think about it like some people have to think about market trading, and so I can speak to that. And what I would say is right now the battlefield is this information warfare right now. Get after these people. So he's grifting with a lawsuit right now. Got GoFundMe, right? Take that down. Take these people down. But
You blocked me.
yeah, within seconds, because he's sitting there. He's trying to become a Dragon King, right? And he doesn't want any sort of interference coming in as he's trying to go for $1 trillion lawsuits, right? And you just, these are fracture points. So that's a good analogy for the structural failure engineering that you can model, but you can't get a model's only as good as the data you have to hand. And in this instant, we're not at that fusion point, if you like, the next dimension. Well, yeah, so a colleague of mine calls it expansion. So as you get into sort of arguments about geometry and what geometry is the best fit for reality, etc. And it's less important now that we discussed that, rather than get hold of these people, and you need to be peppering them non-stop, right, to take them down, because this is where the fracture points are. The same with the anti-vaxxers. All these people, okay, you need to corral all these different forces.
I'm sorry, guys. No, you're right. You're completely right, Kevin. So get at those people, please, guys. Dr. Mikovits, Dr. Butar, and there was one other doctor that someone mentioned earlier. I will be going back and reading through the comments, but any other doctors
Kaufman,
that you would want on the roundtable?
Kaufman needs to be taken down. No doubt about that.
And
it would be lovely if we could get Fauci on.
Hey, there you go. That's look,
that's
the white whale right there.
Yeah. But there are bigger whales, right? And there are all kinds of whales out there, gentlemen. Yeah. And
on that note, guys, we'll be whale hunting all week, and we're going to reconvene the tribe at the end of the hunt next Saturday. So join us then, guys. Until then, appreciate everyone joining us.
Thank
Cheers.
You. Yeah. God bless.